Let's get it. We back. I'm woke. I am woke. I have awakened. It's like, no. Let's get it on. Let's get it going early today. See what we can get going. Get these invites going as y'all come in, man. Hit them likes and share. Get me on the FYP page. I said cage. On this FYP page quick. If we can get this thing started real quick. I'm sending invites now. Oh, hold on. Let me get them on back up. Do better. Good looks, man. Good looks. Thank you, thank you. Let's get it. What was I looking up? I was trying to look up something. All right, if y'all can share to some people real quick. I think the whole goal out of this, I'm just trying to see how deep a lot of us had this, this victim mentality, man. I think that's my whole it's kind of my goal on this app is trying to get a lot of us out of it. That's the reason why my name is No Excuses. A lot of us do need to be motivated. All of us got to realize that we can do better. We can do a lot for ourselves. It just take us to overcome it and figure that out. We keep limiting ourselves, so that's the ultimate goal of this. Let me see something real quick. Send these invites out though, real quick. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. All right, that's 15. Let me do 15 at a time today. Let's get it. Like, yeah. Did I? Okay. I don't know if I said it to him, but I said it over again. Over and over again. It's all in my head. Let's see who else I ain't sent one to. Oh yeah, now I gotta have him up in here. Who else? I get my boy up in there. Get my boy up in here, man. Who else? I feel like I'm missing some people. Okay. I think it's a more, but I'll figure it out. Get some up. That's a funny name. Get you some up. Right. Got sleepy last night. I think I made it to about 2 o'clock. About, you know. See what we can do today. See what we can do today. Let me see something real quick. Get that. Put my back up in here. Get these taps going. What's the deal, my brother CD? Let me see. All right, let's get up in there. Let's get it on going. Get it on going. Try to see if I can get to a couple thousand. Get some FYPs up in the chat. Debating on shrimp or something else for dinner tonight. Oh, okay. What's the deal, my brother Godly in the building? My brother Godly in the building. Shrimp do sound good though, man. Give me some, or some fish, or some chicken and fish. Trying to get these lights up real quick. It's just starting up. Sometimes it start up slow. Sometimes it just depends on the day. Depends. But I'm here. I'm here with it. Trying to throw myself on an FYP page as quick as I can, though. I gotta get these likes up. How can I in a broken heart? They just gave me some of them Christmas cookies and stuff. I'm about to be smashing these things. Little Christmas cookies. How them things be so fresh and stuff? They be coming in that little container. What's the deal? Lightest skin, the lightest skin of them all. You know, what's the deal? Oh, dang. Forgot I ain't got no nails. That just hurt. Lift this thing up. Everything was sealed. It's winter. Oh yeah, right. I'm on my way too. I'm on my way soon too. Know how the winter do us. They can be like, "Dog, Kev turned to the white man. He's the suppressor. He's the oppressor now." I knew this dude was a coon. That's why he talks like he don't struggle. Is everything there pink? Right. Right, when you sit outside too long, the nose turn red, turn the root off. Yeah, I know the struggle. Face, cheeks be red. Man, this thing already, forget it. I'll keep it like that. Forget it, whatever. Let me get these things going, man. Almost at 1,000. See how this go. This part 2 of the slavery thing. We see what people with. Yeah, man. I feel like that's one of my main ultimate goals is try to save a lot of people or bring awareness to this victim mentality a lot of us have. Trying to get us to escape our own, because we only hold ourselves back, man. That's why the accountability so dang on big, man. We can point fingers all day, but then again, we gonna go to the grave pointing fingers and ain't did nothing about it. Like, dude, we only got this one life. We don't get to have a cheat code that can make us get another life or reborn again. We gotta do what we can, what we got now. That's what anything. That's why it really ain't no point. Like I said, ain't no point in complaining. Make the best out your life you got now. Stop digging ourselves into more deeper holes that we not prepared for. But a lot of us be messing our own selves up and get mad at the world. I'm back on lives. I took a long break. Sure, that is needed. Sometimes I feel you on that. Got to. Everybody on here got their reasons why they on here. They got their. So y'all feel you. Gotta do what you can, man. This app ain't for everybody. It can be depending on what we look up and what we looking for. But most of the time, everybody's addicted to toxicness and then complain about it. That's why I had to learn that myself. Like, I can't be complaining about the stuff I decide to look up or research or look at the For You page. And I can switch my whole algorithm around. At the end of the day, the other stuff that you really need to see is boring to you. That's why you don't see it. You gotta blame yourself. People do look. I actually about to make a live about that too, though, about toxic. So I figured that out. Why a lot of people enjoy it. I think the more I start healing in my life, I realize stuff I ain't want to admit. Put these up, man. I'm smashing these hoes up. Turn into a cookie. Right. It's you smashing them cookies. Right, I was just saying that too. Like, dang, I was getting all into it, making love to that one cookie, boy. I ain't kissed nothing in years, so hey. Well, did I? I think I had a date. Mm, maybe some months ago, but hey, that cookie took over for it, man. You good, we. Oh, boy. Oh, Deshaun. Oh, she perfect for this topic. I think she helped me out the last time with this, man. She know about that, man. We trying to escape that victim mentality. You know, I remember her, man. Mm-hmm. She one of the ones that escaped. Ain't no, ain't nobody holding me back. You know what I'm saying? She said, "I always love." Appreciate you, man. I'm trying to get somewhere with this stuff, man. Do some get a lot of people, and that's what all most of my time is, to do some self evaluations and awareness of self. You know, people always talk about this emotional intelligence, and the first thing, the major thing, is not empathy, right? Because everybody want to talk about that. It's awareness. I think with any situation, you got to have awareness first before you can fix a problem. You got to be aware of the problem first. Yeah, you already know I'm gonna do that though. But hey, when you tell people that, that's when you get called the coon and all that stuff. So because they want you to stay miserable or have that miserable mentality. They want that held back mentality and stuff. So I refuse. I was always the type. That's even another reason why, like with the sign stuff, right? I think I was thinking about that earlier. Um, about I was always that type, and I was that kid. Because a lot of us got it though. We use our ego, but use it in a whole different way to whatever. But what I did was, like, even with that science stuff, I was the type that when somebody tell me about me, I was always the type to try to prove them wrong. You know what I'm saying? So that's what made me more not want to listen to them signs and say that that junk is true about my life. Because I'm like, I refused a dang on horoscope or whatever to tell me that I'm this type of whatever, or if it is trying to say that I'm this way. When I realized that the signs it apply to everybody because it ain't no particular thing. You can be all of them really. That's something I kind of noticed. And I was the type like, hey, what you trying to say? I'm stubborn and all that stuff. So I would do everything in my power to not prove that sign right. That's just how I was, and that's what I'm saying. Like we use our stuff a whole nother way. We want to prove the stuff that really don't matter. We want to prove how tough we want to prove how stubborn we do all this stuff. So that's why I be telling people like, you want to believe in it. I let people believe what they believe as long as it's helping them. That's what I say. But I feel like that stuff hurting people nowadays, because they don't even know what accountability is when it comes to that. Because you automatically blaming it on the stars. Oh, this a line this way, so I'm a stubborn person. Whatever, you stubborn because you chose to be. You want to live up to it. Because if your signs say you was undateable, or if your sign said you would never be married, I bet you're gonna try everything in your power to prove that sign wrong. And I feel that that's the facts, man. People want to believe stuff to basically what it is they had this lifestyle and they want to something to validate their lifestyle so they can continue to have this excuse of why they live in this way. And that's just what it is. That's the main reason why I can't believe in that stuff, man. I think I kind of grew past it, and I was young when I grew past that stuff. Like I said, that stuff was cute when we was younger, but when we as adults using the same exact thing, I can't get along with that. You just can't get along with people. You just a messed up person yourself because you can't get along because you choose to. You can't get along because you keep picking these same type of people you want to be around with because of your choice. But you choose who you are most of the time. Then you get mad at it because you get treated the same way of your choice. That's what I'm saying. So it ain't the people the problem, it's you. You be the problem most of the time and your choices that you have. But people don't want to hear that. Like I said, it's everybody else's fault but yourself. People be funny, man. People was too funny to me, man. Anything to take stuff off of self, and that's the reason why so many people mad on this app. So many people playing victim. So many people doing all this stuff because it hurts. It hurts to blame self. Like I had that topic like 2 days ago about blaming yourself, man. I know one person was saying about they choose that they don't want to teach people to blame themselves, but I'm really the whole opposite, man. I think, like I said, and I'm sticking to that. Blaming yourself will make you realize how much control you have in your life and show you what you need to work on. Because we only live in our life for us. Now we can blame 100 people or whatever. We can blame everything, but then again, doing that, like, what's that doing for yourself? But complain. And that's all we can do is complain. Man, that joke is too funny to me. I mean, it's just sad. It's just sad though. But hopefully, man, I mean, that's the whole point, man. Hopefully, I know all of us ain't meant to wake up at the same time, and who to say who woke or not. But I'm just saying, like, all of us ain't meant to be there. Some of us are meant to have this held back mentality. I'm fully aware of it. That's why kind of my messages is just for people that's like in the middle ground, that's kind of curious, people that just want to know something beyond just self. Because even a lot of my information, it ain't just come from me. It came from hundreds of other people and observation and all that stuff. So I seen it through other people. So I learned from other people, and then all I'm doing is spreading what I observing of what I learned. So that's just and everybody has that ability, but they choose not to because a lot of people so focused on self. And if you ever realize when we so focused on ourselves, only care about ourselves, we hurt ourselves most of the time because we always think the whole world is revolving around just us only. That'd be the problem. And that's why people stress out because they don't to count on. I don't even want to make it biblical, but dang, what the freak? I guess I'll make it like this, whatever. Just in case I get some more people up. But I realize that even when a person don't believe or they believe, okay, I am a God, they don't believe there's nobody above them or they created themselves. I always realize this though. It seemed like, and from my observation, it just seemed like they the ones stressing the most. Like you supposed to be the so-called king, God, and all this stuff, and yet you be one of the main ones crying about like if I really believe I was a king or a god or a queen or emperor or something like that. What the freak? Like that's why I said I don't think people believe it. They don't believe what they speak on. I think they just saying this stuff to uplift themselves for like a confidence or something like that. Because if you really believe in what you say you are, you really wouldn't be in most of these arguments. You wouldn't be fighting your own confidence with other people. You wouldn't be doing a lot of things. So that's why I realized, like, man. So a lot of people are just saying things to feel like they uplift them, and all of us gonna hit that grave the same exact way. So all this way of you thinking that you are better than everybody else, what you know what's the difference from everybody else? We literally, we literally gonna be getting worms sucked on us when we when we go out. So you tell me what's make you so more godlike than the next person or more emperors or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like all of us, I think we all here. I believe we all here to just better one another for the little bit of time we got, and it is what it is from that point. That's just how I look at it. But my whole point of that is like they just seem like they the most stressed ones, and you supposed to be emperor. Like I just don't get it. Like if you have this mentality, you should think more high about yourself. You shouldn't feel like you limited. You shouldn't be talking about some people holding me back. You shouldn't be talking about none of this stuff. If you so empress, godlike, or whatever, you know what I'm saying. If you sold all this stuff, then what the heck are you complaining about? You can make your own way. You know what I'm saying? You can make it's gonna be funny to me. Like people don't be hearing how they talk and don't live up to what they saying though. That's why I said all this stuff be sounding good. It sound good though, but like do you really believe what you saying? That's what I'm getting to. So man. But yeah, let me get some people. What's up, my brother Godly in the building, man?
Oh yeah, what's up with it? Hey,
What's
man, it's deeper than what you know what I'm saying? It's deeper than what you see. It's the everlasting mindset and skills that you leave behind that's going, you know what I'm saying, determine and separate the difference. All right, I'm out.
What's up? Oh
But
yeah,
that's the perfect topic, man. I hate that I'm gonna be tied up today because I really wanted to drop some jewels on some history lessons and stuff like that. According to just a lot of stuff that our people don't really understand. But you touched right on it. You know what I'm saying? The last statement you said was true, and the things that the way you explained it, if people were really who they say they were and standing, you know what I'm saying, within uh, the guidance of a godly light, then they would think just like you said. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I run into a lot of distasteful things I see on this app because a lot of people are saying things that they really don't embody. They don't live up to it. And you're right.
right.
They don't even know how to, and those people that say it, they don't even know how to accept it or deal with it when they hear it, when they really see it or really encounter it. I mean, I get a lot of pushback because those things that you just said are staples of what I believe in my journey as well. I don't think that people understanding their godly existence on this earth should mean that they should feel like they're better than everybody else. I only understand the importance of the life that they're living, this time that they're on this earth. The core part of what you said is just about us being the best experiences we can for each other and doing the most productive things we can do on this earth, but understanding that no matter what go on around us, we have the power to control and to correct those things. See, I like when people really keep it real because, like you say, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people presenting themselves uh, as things. I hear like one time it was popular. The popular statement was people saying that they were healed, right? And then you look at
Mm-hmm.
them on in conversations. You know what I'm saying? You hear the emotions, the anger, and the pain when they're conversating and they're talking, and they never deal with it. And then when they hear people who really do it, they don't even understand it. They don't even trust them. You know what I'm saying? They don't even believe in them. Like from the time I came on this app, bro. Like to be honest with you, I came on this thing with the understanding that you have to remove the ego from yourself, the
Facts.
selfishness, in order to help people get to a place that they need to be. Because you're going to come into uh, a lot of fires, a lot of emotions, a lot of egos, a lot of just
Yep.
misunderstanding of people who really think they know that don't know. So you have to be able to adjust yourself and not allow yourself to be lost within their worldly thoughts. Because, like you said, most of us we've been so far removed from a true understanding of ourselves. We really don't get it, and it's crazy because I found that if they got a strong mind, a strong voice, and a popular mindset, people are gonna gravitate to them, even if the message is flawed. Even if you can see the destructive behaviors and personalities that they have, people gravitate to them in droves. And to me, that's the most disheartening part to me because it shows how far we've gone, how far we've lost ourselves. You know, we're so far gone that we don't want to become those things that we say. We don't want uh, to ascend back to where we once was because it's too hard to do it. Because to do that means you have to correct a lot of things within ourselves, and a lot of people can't do it. A lot of people can't look in those mirrors and say, "Hey, I'm flawed. I need to make changes within myself." People, most of us today have to fight the fact that we get content with the ignorance and the destructive
Facts.
behaviors and habits that we form over the years. It's all this is about coping pain. I mean, coping with the loss of understanding who we are, and then gravitating and trying to, be part of what everybody else wants us to be. We have to remove that. So yeah, it's but there is people that's living on this earth that understand, who we are and trying to live to that every day. But we're in a world that brings them down, that lumps a lot of dirt that you have to fight through every day. And so sometimes they get lost in those shuffles. But at the end of the day, you have to look what's in the person's heart and what's in their soul. What's the message that they're bringing? What they truly want. So yeah, man, that's deep. But you had the
Man.
thing up there, man, and then you just flipped it on me like that before I came up here, man. Like I said, I'm gonna be in and out, but you know, I want everybody to understand, like my name is godly, and it's godly because that's a walk, not because of where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? It's
Hmm.
because I understand that it's a lifelong journey. So each day I'm learning to be a better version of myself, and
Facts.
I would never lie to myself and say that I'm above where I am today. You know what I'm saying? My thought process and my mindset has changed. So therefore, you know what I mean, I can cope with this world and see a little deeper into issues, and even in the conversations that I be engaging in. Sometimes people don't get it, but I'm not combating the things that they're saying. It's just the mindset that's behind what they're saying. You know what I mean? Because you have to really know what's going on to the core before you can deal with it, anything in you know what I'm saying, in a way where you're trying to resolve those issues. I really feel like people need to start being real with themselves before they come to these platforms and start to speak so much. Because if you contend with your pain in the direction that you're going, even though you know it's a lost direction, you can lead a lot of people from getting to where they need to be. Especially when you're attacking people because they think different and you don't know. Just like that topic you got up there, is American slavery. They teach us to think that something has to do with the skin complexion. You know what I'm saying? When the reality is this whole concept of this country that we're living in is an enslaved country. You know, they tell us the history about wars and battles and stuff that was fought for us to regain our history and freedom, but we never won those wars. And you can tell by the things that we still subjugated to. Remember, they told us that this country won the independence, right? But they said that war was fought over the fact that we didn't want to pay taxes to England, right? But then when you go to really look into the documentations, you see that we're still paying taxes to England to this day. It's never changed. You go to read the records and the documentation, you see those wars wasn't really won by us. They were stopped in agreement. People don't understand. Like it used to be a thing. Like when I first heard about we had all this gold, and I used to like wonder we had the largest gold reserves, right? And then they started to say our gold started to dissipate. They were shipping our gold over to England. And I was like wondering, like, why would they ship our gold
Sound like
over
your
to
voice fading.
England? Yeah, I'm in the South for this weekend. So yeah. So
Okay.
so I was. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clear? Can
Yeah,
you
I hear
hear me
you. I
better
hear you
now?
now. Yeah. Yep.
So yeah. So all our gold is being shipped over to England, right? Then you look at the scheme of things. You understand that this corporations actually ran by Europe. We are to pay them for just everything that we have on that we think we have on this earth, from land to the right to work, all these type of things they tax us on, right? They send all our money and stuff over there to them. Meanwhile, they want us to believe that we this strong nation, you know what I'm saying, we the most powerful nation and all that type of stuff, but still we still feed them. And then we having
Facts.
problems and issues within our communities from poverty and all this other stuff that's never resolved, and we're paying taxes every day. But yet still, when other countries have issues, when they have problems, we sending trillions of dollars to these countries. All that's done deliberately because we are an enslaved or imprisoned people, and it don't matter about your skin complexion. You know, and this is just the surface. This is just like, no, this is not the spiritual part of it. This is just the factual thing that's going on. You know, if you go read those treaties signed after the Revolutionary War,
Hmm.
you would see that they agreed that we would still pay England. We'll still be in debt to these people. Those things has never ended. So, you know, like, so when we get into these conversations, like, the people have to really do their homework and remove themselves from what they think they know and go out and really
Hmm.
dig to find out. To find out, man. I mean, it's deep. And you know, and then the last jewel I drop before I do some work, man, is people think that that the concepts of us being and captured in this slavery for us is the same concept that they teach us. They teach us, you know what I'm saying, that we was only came over here from ships. Then they get upset when people say, you know what I'm saying, their family's not linked to that. That's because people do their homework. They've done their research. Even though they popularized their story, that story, you can go into the books. You can go into your family records and see what happened through documentation. My family were never enslaved. My family ended up getting captured into this system by agreeing to be a part of it. They created these things called indentures, right? If you know
Mm.
what a title loan is, right? Like when you take your car title in to get a loan, right?
Mm.
And if you don't pay that loan back, they in sense will take they can take your car from you, right? When people go looking at their documentations and look what happens to their family, they're gonna see that they created these things called indentures, which all people agreed to join their farming system with a new. First of all, they took all the wealth from us. They tricked us to give all our gold and all the physical wealth. But then they promised that we'll have opportunity to make this wealth back through the farming systems, through cotton, corn, and growing all these crops on our land. But the problem was they had already snatched up all the seeds and mechanized the seeds, so we had to get the seeds through them. And what they were doing was they were giving us the seeds on no through indentures with promises to pay. But in order us for to get those seeds, we had to come into contract saying that if we didn't pay this debt back, that they can take the land from us, right? But if they control in the system, they control in how money is counted and everything else, you can never get out of that debt. And that's what really happened to the majority of our people here in this country. You know, people think that the Civil War was fought over freeing slaves. It wasn't. The Civil War was about the South was tired of paying these high taxes that was fueling the entire country when we was actually the strongest point. We were producing all the crops and everything else that made this thing valuable. And when I say money, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about the things that made us gold down there, Tracy. We had gold. We had a lot of other valuable things. Now we didn't do money. They created the monetary system so they can control the wealth. They made us turn in all goals and other things like that. Well, I mean that's fine, Tracy. We can talk about it. I mean, and that's what I say. You know, when we talk and we have these conversations, people don't want to get it, and I like to just drop jewels because I want people to do their own homework. You
Right.
can go and look in this. You can go and research that and see it. They talked us into turning in all our goals and all our things that we thought was riches to control the thing, and then they created the paper money or the silver dollar, and they controlled who received it, how much they got, and what the value of it was. So in a sense, that was a transfer in the power. But they promised us that we can get that wealth back because we had the land. But once they created these indentures, and we agreed to go up under these indentures to get these seeds to farm on our land and pay them back, they forever kept our people in debt. And then when people started to get educated enough and knowledgeable enough to start counting and reading these documentations for themselves, they only allowed them to get portions of their lands back. And that's why when you talk to a lot of people that has ties from the South and the Southern regions, their families still live on parts of their land to this day. But all you have to do is go in there. I've been in there. I physically touched the books, bro. I physically touched the records. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm from. So that's why when I had these conversations with people out here, like, you know, I'd be like, oh, you can feel and believe what you want through your emotions and what they teach you. But I've actually went in there and looked at my records, looked at many other families' records. I've been in the books. I see the story firsthand, not just in what they tell us to read, but in the document in the documented evidence. So it's irrefutable to me. How can you be slaves en masse coming over here to this country, yet still when you look at these indentures, they doing debt with you because you had they doing these agreements because you had the land. So did these slave owners just move off the land and leave you there? Yeah, but it was, and I'm not one of them ones. I'm gonna leave with this because a lot of people here say that and think I'm saying that slavery, in the way that they tied us to it, didn't happen at all. I mean, I'm well aware that happened to a great number of people, but even that you have to look into it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that was indentured servitude. A lot of these foreigners, you know, came over, Africans and so-called white Europeans as well, and white Slavics as well. They all came over here with the agreements to be indentured service. They agreed to work for a set amount of time, and then they would be free with land and different things like that. But because they shared the skin complexion, for the Africans who shared the same skin hue that we did, to lessen power and to keep them from having the ability to join us, they put them in a situation that they can never come out of. You know what I'm saying? They switched it from what it was 7 years to being able to be on lifelong. That story did happen, but it wasn't for the majority of us here. And I want people to start doing their own homework, their own research. Yeah, I mean, it was probably more so-called white people here enslaved than it was us, man. Like when people really look at that history, and a lot of people don't get it because they don't put those visuals out there, those pictures. For the Constitution that they say indentured service, they want to say when it comes to them, but it was the same thing, you know. Yeah, and you can read that book too. It'll break down a lot of stuff. It'll validate a lot of stuff. Show you a lot of things that you can read historically and see is true. Tracy says they white. I mean, what that mean? Can Tracy come up for a few minutes, bro, before I go in there?
Oh, look like she only got 100. Yeah, she ain't gonna be
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just a troll. And that's a history. They don't teach them that because they don't want them in an inferior mindset because they weren't indigenous to this land. They didn't own this land. I'm gonna give you this one more thing, bro. My family first encountered the so-called white man or white people. They came on our lands and asked if they worked for a place for their keep, a place to stay. My family agreed because it was our land, but we didn't believe that we had the responsibility to keep land from people who were in need of it. So we let them work on there. And then once they created this system, they had to use somebody as a Ponzi. So they used those so-called white people on our land, and those were the ones that they fed and empowered by depowering us. My family, from generations from them coming on our land on horse and buggy action for a place to work and stay, to when the farming system with my fathers and my uncles, they end up working for their children. On our, you know what I'm saying? That's how you know what I'm saying, how serious this stuff is, how deep it go, how close it is to you, like when you do the work. They came on our land asking to work for a place to stay, and generations later, my father and my uncles were working for their children. Yeah, but I'm gonna get to work. I'm gonna be in and out today, man.
Oh
I
yeah,
want to
I'm
get
gonna be
into it
on
because
all
there's a
day.
whole lot
So
of
I
yeah,
see you when I see you
yeah,
then. Cause I'm gonna be
yeah,
on.
yeah. It's a lot of stuff I done looked into, bro. That opened my eyes even further than where I was when it comes to that the context of all that, man.
Hmm. Yeah, hopefully
Oh,
people
well,
figure it out. That's
I,
the goal.
that's it. And Tracy, I wasn't saying that you were saying something bad. I just want you to understand, like, they don't teach the so-called white people about they were under some of the same conditions that we were here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
and even today, y'all paying taxes, and a lot of y'all living in impoverished situations just like we are. But they teach us to look at you as our enemies and look at us as your enemies, so we would never ever really focus on what the real issues is, and that's the corporation. That's the thing that's really running all this.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's why I
yeah,
put that last question like that. Well, that bonus, I mean, I think it's the difference if the roles was reversed of this so-called slavery. I want to see that. I want to see how people gonna answer that one. But yeah, man. And I look at it like even with even if y'all don't look up the situations or different things that's been happening in our history, because I think the whole goal of history or looking it up is to really, like I said, is to learn from it. Take out the parts that is better in your life, that can better your life or your lifestyle or whatever. And because a lot of times it be our own choices, our choices of lifestyle we pick, and we struggling with what we can't keep up with. And And then we complain about it when it don't work the way we want to. But most of the time, like I said, we set ourselves up. And then we, like I said with the other part, then we want to point the finger after that, which is the problem. We really causing our own. We cause our own. We cause our own traumas. We cause our own problems. Our own. I mean, we really the solution to most of our situations, man. It's all about really just simply changing our thought process, change the things we really need in our life and want in our life. Because nowadays we change our wants to needs, and our needs is wants now. Just saying what we do now in order to make some type of growth in life, you got to need your wants, which is sad. But I guess it's just how it is, man. We got to really want something. That's what make that feeling of, want to go forward to looking towards it and stuff. So it's all backwards now, man.
Yeah, I'm on the line.
What's up, Cora? What's up, Maggie? How you feeling? Welcome to the live.
Hi, it's Majie. I'm doing as good as I can during 19 genocides. But I love your questions. My definition of slavery is any person whose life and livelihood is tied to any version of a master or an employer. Why do most people believe that we're still in slavery? Because they just changed the name. They did a really great job of rebranding. And we are all slaves now. Instead of it being one race or creed of people, everybody is a slave. And what can be the solution or the escape to slavery? Altruism, and the demolition of all systems, and especially money.
Okay. You consider bonus?
I'm sorry?
Oh, well, we do the bonus after. So you said anybody that works under so if somebody worked for you, they'd be considered a slave?
Absolutely. Is their ability to be able to eat, house themselves, take care of their family tied directly to my benevolence of choosing to pay them whatever it is I choose to pay them? Then I am their slave master. I tell you where
That's
to
a choice,
be.
ain't it?
No, it's not. I mean, unless you want to commit suicide on a consistent basis.
I mean, I don't think people that's out in the street committing suicide, they still finding a way to make it.
Some of them are. In the richest
right.
country in the world, we have 1 in 8 children going to bed hungry every night. In the richest country in the world, we have one of the highest populations of unhoused people, but we have 29 houses for every one unhoused person. In the richest country in the world, we can afford to pay for universal health care and standardized housing in other countries, but refuse to do it for our own citizens. So, in my opinion, we're in the belly of the beast of the greatest slave master that has ever existed.
So in that, right, I think the bigger problem is because back then we used to all work with one another. Your family all together, is they all working with one another and stuff? To help each other? Because I'm pretty sure some people got family members that be super rich that ain't contributing anything to the family.
I mean,
is that really slavery?
In the way that I work out, I do a lot of mutual aid and community service. So for me, independently, I've helped 83 people through my home in the last 4 years. Everything from housing them and feeding them, to taking them to doctor's appointments, to helping them find employment, helping them find therapists. And I do it all for free. Nobody pays me. I do it because...
And nobody forced you, right, either?
Nobody forced me. I used the trauma
that sounds
of
like
my
real slave-like.
Well, I use the trauma of my upbringing to figure out where all of the pieces are broken at, and then do everything I can with this one round of an existence that I have to be able to fix it.
Okay.
What do you feel about slavery?
It's all the way the opposite. I believe at the end of the day, me, myself, I think it's a mentality. It's a mentality. I think we put ourselves in situations and call it slavery because we're so selfish now. And that's why I mentioned the family thing. A lot of us don't know how to work with one another. A lot of us dig our own selves in situations and then want to point the finger at everybody else while we chose this type of lifestyle and messed up. That's just like some of the women that get pregnant by this and then want to look for the system to help them when they had the choice to close their legs or not, or choose that person. Nobody forced them to choose that person, but of course they're going to blame it on that. Nobody forced nobody to work these jobs either. You choose your jobs now. That's the difference between slavery now and this mentality we call slavery, because they had no choice. Nobody, I don't think nobody forced you to get on this app, right? Ain't nobody forced me to get on this app. Nobody forced us to do anything. So how can we call that slavery? You
Because
know,
they took away the chains and they gave you the illusion of freedom. They take away
what?
the chains and they gave you the illusion of freedom, right? So they took us off the fields, technically, right? They said, "Oh, y'all are free now. It's 1865, Emancipation Proclamation. Y'all go be humans." But then
Is
they
that
turned around and
America?
came out with Jim Crow and black codes and things like that, and you still didn't have a choice. They still didn't have a
What
choice
is
whether
it
or
that
not
you
to vote.
want to do that you saying that you getting held back from? What is that make you feel like you a slave that you saying that who is and you saying they? I'm trying to see. They gave you
The
the illusion, but
the
you still
powers
doing
that
whatever
be,
you want to do, right?
no, I can't do whatever I want to do. I can't go and shoot
What?
somebody in the face if I wanted to. I can't go and
So
steal from a
that's what
store.
make you. What the heck? That don't make sense. So you saying because we got to have some type of control in life. Would you want somebody to pop you in
But
your face? Then ain't that some type of control to humanity?
here's
What the
the
heck?
question. It was our labor that made those fruits, right? Literal fruit, vegetables, bread, any groceries in the grocery store, right? Human beings grew that food. Human beings harvested that food. Human beings packaged that food. And then
Humans
human
were
beings are
lazy
now
too.
distributing it, right? But what's stopping us from saying that every single grocery store is a free grocery store? You no longer have to pay for food. You can
Because
just go
people
anywhere
lazy.
you
That's the
want and
thing.
take
You
it.
gotta have some type of cycle because you got some people
But
that
says
ain't gonna
who?
do no work while the other people working. Would that be
But who
fair? I think
cares?
that saying is true. If you don't work, you don't eat. It's people that's not trying to work at all. It's people that's working harder than others and stuff. That's
But
just
why does
like
that
now
matter?
where you got some people that's just that can
I think
hardly
you
do
don't
nothing that
understand
has
why
no
it
talent and
matters.
they go viral. And you got people that's putting in work that can't even do anything.
Right, but I don't
I mean
understand
that
why
joke is just
that
funny.
matters.
What?
If food, clothing, and shelter are basic human needs, you have to have food. You have to have
Of
clothing.
course.
You have to have shelter. You have to have clean water. You have to have clean air. If those
Right.
are all basic human needs, then why are they not basic human rights? Why do I have to work to be able to eat?
That's the
Why do
way of
I have
life.
to
That's
work?
no, that's
No,
nature. That's natural.
not nature. Did you
Who
know
you
that this
think? You
work?
think you're supposed to get just handed stuff and don't do no
Absolutely.
work? That don't make for what?
What version of work do you consider work, though? Would you
My
consider
thing
it
is,
work
don't you got to
to
go out there
farm?
and plant a garden to even feed yourself?
I
Don't you
did.
got to
I
go
do
hunt to get
have
your
a garden.
food?
I do have a
What
garden, but did you know that in most states it's illegal for you to grow fruit trees inside of city limits? Did you know that in
is
most
it
states it's
illegal
illegal?
where you at? How are you able to do it?
It is. It is
We
illegal for
talking
me to
about
have a
your
fruit
situation.
tree.
You can't talk about what you're not living in, because otherwise you could
And
move. You could have
talk
moved
about
too.
what I've researched. In 39 states, it's illegal for you to grow fruit trees inside of city limits. In 39 states. So it's not a matter of self-sufficiency, right? Like if everybody could be self-sufficient and grow the amount of food and have the amount of things on their land to be able to sustain themselves, then they wouldn't need the government, correct? If I could grow every piece of food that I needed, if I could sew every piece of clothing that I needed, if I could build my own houses, if I can do all that on my own, then what would I need a government for? To tell me to do what? To help me with what? If I'm completely self-sufficient, and I absolutely don't need me and my family, me and my crew. We have an entire homestead. We're completely self sufficient. Why do we need a government? What are they doing for us? What are they helping us with? This is why I say that it's slavery. It's not slavery, yes, is a mentality. And that's why they say
Yeah,
that the
right.
revolution
I'm
will not be
noticing that because I don't
yeah,
feel like it's
slavery is
slavery at
definitely a
all.
mentality. It's about why they said the revolution will not be televised. Because until you realize where your bondage is coming from, where you're bound to society standards, where you are unable to be able to express your rights, that's how you figure out how to free yourself. Right? I don't ever want to go and steal food, but I do feel that anybody that is hungry has the right to have a full stomach. That's a human right. No 5-year-old deserves to starve because their mother is disabled. That's why I say that working is a choice, but it's also not a choice. Every human being is one accident away from being disabled. You can get into a car
Oh my!
accident,
What
lose your
type of world
legs.
you live in? That's crazy. You sound like you live in the worst parts. Except there's so many
No.
rich people out here. I haven't heard them complain about slavery. There's so many people that
Why
it's
would the
so
slave
funny to be.
master complain about
You got a
slavery? Wouldn't
slave
he bought it?
area you in.
Saying, why would a
You got a
slave
whole
master
roof
complain
you
about
probably living
slavery?
under. You got a house. You got all that stuff. There's no
Dude,
way. I think that's
I'm a
offensive to people that was actually slaves, though. You know, they didn't have that. They had to work under. They had to do whatever they master told them to do. They didn't have the time to have a break. They didn't have time to post pictures on the internet and cry about slavery. That they they didn't have time for all that. They had to
it's
literally do
kind
what the
of,
other person told them to do.
I guess I don't understand why you equate slavery
Did
to
you go to
only
school?
one thing. Absolutely. I have a degree,
Right.
finished
They didn't
college, and
have.
all
They couldn't go to school either. That's slavery.
that.
I think we
Again,
more spoiled than anything. That's why
why
we don't
do you
see it.
diminish slavery down to only the one slavery that was experienced by Black people in the United States? Why aren't we talking about the slavery that's being experienced today in Congo? If we want to talk real slavery, look at Sudan. Look at Congo. It never literally went away. You want to talk the real slavery of you don't have a house, you don't
So
have
you said
food.
it's real slavery now. Now you saying that now. So with this fake
Because
slavery that you
you
talking about now?
are diminishing slavery down to being a real slavery and a fake slavery.
Did you hear
Real
anything I
slavery
said?
means that you have to be in complete subjugation. You're saying that slavery is not a mental state, that it's a complete loss of all autonomy. It's a complete loss of every right that you have.
What?
What you're saying if I have a house and I have the choice to work, if I have the choice to do all this stuff, that I'm not a slave. So I'm pointing you in the
No.
direction of an area of the world that is still experiencing slavery right now.
What that got to do with you? You just that's the biggest deflection I heard in my life. You
Not a
talking about something else. What
deflection.
that got to do with you? You
What
say you got a house and stuff. You talking to people that don't have a house. So how's I'm diminishing something else and I'm not talking to them?
It's not about not talking to them. That's again, you're
You
abdicating your
just countered your
responsibility
own
as a global
situation.
citizen. No, I'm not. You're not following logical trains of thought right now. You said that slavery was something that took away all of your rights. I am not a slave right now, in your opinion, because I have the ability to be on this phone in a conversation with you, correct?
Correct. Right.
Okay. So I'm saying that from my research, from what I have been able to find, that slavery is multifaceted. Just like genocide, just like any other social construct, it's not one shoe fits all. And that's the only way that you'll ever see slavery be presented. Does that make sense?
No. You not
It,
making no sense. You
I'm
talking about? I'm asking you, and you talking about something else. You don't hear where you
I'm telling you
contradicting
about
yourself
myself
at, but
because
whatever.
again,
I guess you. So at the end of the day, you said you feel like a slave, right? That's what it is.
no,
So
I feel like everybody that is currently in the United States is experiencing, and globally really, is experiencing a version of slavery.
what is that?
What is what?
Slavery is slavery. Why are you talking about some version? I never heard somebody say I got a version. I bet you the people that are really slaves will love the version we have if it's a version of slavery. That's crazy. Like I would hear. I don't get how would anybody cry about a situation that we have control in and the other ones didn't. Like that's offensive. That's very offensive to people that were literally slaves. That's really barely can eat. I bet you both. I want to ask how much you weigh actually. I bet you bigger than the average person that's literally slaves that can't barely find no food to eat. I bet you that. Ain't
That's
no
a
slave
really
can be
cute
able to talk like that.
deflection. That's a really cute deflection. One that has nothing to do, my body size has nothing to do with the conversation.
Yes, because
One,
they can't eat. You have a choice to eat. You can eat. Ain't nobody forcing you or giving you scraps.
because I
I'm
am,
telling you what slavery really was about. You just my thing is, and that's why I know there's a lot of people in America. They just so dang all spoiled that they think everything that don't go their way is slavery.
it's
That
not
joke
about
is crazy,
everything
and it's
not
people that
going your
has
way.
no
It's
choice out
about
here.
your rights and
That's
your
real
personhood,
slaves.
your humanity. Slavery is the taking away of somebody's humanity and forcing you to be nothing more than an animal or a cog.
Okay, let's look up the definition together because you sound like you're making up a feeling-based definition. I've never heard that before. So we gonna look it up together. Let's say what slavery is, not how I feel. Hold up, slavery meaning. Okay, a person who is forced to work and obey another is considered to be their property. Did you get that?
To work and obey another is somebody who is a slave, correct?
There you go. Right.
Okay.
So who you obeying right now? Who
The
forcing you?
government.
Who
Government.
who
Because
forcing you?
I in my face means that I'm not a slave.
Who forcing you right now to work?
The government.
So
The
okay, if
city
you
that
stop
I'm
working,
in.
then what's gonna happen?
Then I starve and I'm homeless and I die.
But that's your choice, right?
Technically,
And you don't have to
no.
work. Your family can, if your family was well put together, they can help feed you if you don't want to work.
That's a
You have that option.
privilege. You assume I'm an orphan. I don't have a family. I don't know who you think you're talking to, assuming that I have connections or that I have other people, but that is so,
They
you
fed you
are
too,
speaking
right?
from such a piece of privilege in your own right. You're assuming that everybody has the connections, has family, has anything. That is not the truth. That is not the truth at all. I worked disability services for literally 15 years and I saw what slavery is in the sense of Americanized slavery. Yes, there is slavery here. Yes, there is. Just because you don't see it how you expect to see it does not mean that it's not here.
It's
People
not.
are enforced to
It's not.
work.
Ain't nobody force you. Ain't nobody for. If you was so much a slave, you wouldn't be talking on this app right now. I ain't trying to hear it. You can cry all day about you, but you have the
You
ability
enjoy
to cry. They
being
didn't have
here
the ability
to
to cry.
really do nothing to save the world. Like
You could
you
play a
literally aren't trying to
victim
save
mentality
anything.
role right now, but they didn't have the chance to do that. They got people that was actually going out their way and making it happen though. So like I said, you offending people that's in the past that was actual slaves. You are not a
It's a
slave.
good thing that those
That's
people are
your
in the
mind.
past and alive, then I suppose, right? Am I offending you personally?
No, you was a horrible. Can you talk to? Is you? Oh man, you horrible, man.
I know. Yep, I'm a horrible, horrible person. Horrible
I'm just
person.
saying, your comprehension is horrible. It is because you just. I think you just
Maybe
talking
you
straight
should
off just
try getting
feelings
a
and
little
stuff.
bit more educated on the topics that you choose to go in public and speak about. Like, that might be a good choice for you.
Oh man, see why she that orphanage, man. That's crazy.
I know she wasn't talking about being educated.
I don't know, man. You know, that's what I'm saying.
It's
We gotta. Well,
the
I don't even
most
see what the heck.
stupidest
I hear your voice, but I don't see you.
I don't have enough followers to. You talking about
Yeah.
the
No, I
most?
was just saying I don't even see your profile. Hold up, this thing tripping. I don't know. You probably somewhere up here, but what's the deal, man? But that's funny, man.
No, that's the stupidest
That's spoiled.
ideology that you could even think of. Oh well, we're all slaves. No, we're not. And then she wanted to switch topic or switch and go to well, people were slaves in Congo. Well, yeah, they are real slaves. And, like
I'm like, what that got to do with you? She still can't tell me.
you defending your argument, trying to say, "Oh, okay, well, no, people feel like slaves in America, so they're slaves." No, that ain't how that works.
Nah,
And
facts
this is
over feelings, not feelings over.
I'm like,
Feelings don't make facts.
talk about education. I don't know what education you got, but I know about facts and truth and reality, and I didn't work on feelings in history class.
Right.
But nah,
I'm a slave, but I can go to college.
I wanted to say something about that shit. I was like, nah, come on, man. And there's a lot of people like her though that think like that too. And it's stupid because it diminishes everything real slaves and real history, has taught people throughout the years. Now you
Exactly.
just claim whatever you want to claim right now because that's how you feel, and then it takes away from everybody else that actually had that kind of problem in their life or had misfortune.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah.
I feel bad, man. I be feeling bad, man.
That's why I hate when people get up here and they always sit there and try to be victim and and victimize everything and stuff. And I'm like, listen,
Right.
you taking away from other people that are real victims just
That's a
because.
manipulation game, man. I'm not falling for that. That's why I said I just got fed up. That's a manipulation thing, and a lot of, especially women like her, man. They used to live in that life like that. You see, as soon as I said something about, well, I'm an orphan and nothing like that. I'm not about to fall for that stuff, man. You do that, you get over on other people because you got that ability to do that. I guess you know what I'm saying, but I'm not. I'm not weak-minded. I don't fall for that stuff, and I don't play that victim stuff. At the end of the day, you couldn't answer none of the answers. You deflected so bad that you want to talk about another country, and I'm asking about you. You know what I'm saying? And you got enough. You so slaved out, but you can be on this app and talk to me though. Like, who the heck forcing you to be on this app? If you really wanted to do something, you'd be trying to go ahead and do it though. Then you also saying that because you can't go out there and unalive somebody at your own will that you was that's silly, man.
What? I
That's
missed
silly.
that part.
Yeah. Ain't nobody can. I can't walk out and I'm like, man, you don't think the world needs some type of control? That don't make sense. That's
Yeah.
what make it a slave. Like, look at the definition. It didn't tell you that.
Without
It's a
rules,
force to work.
I say without rules and some form of government and some form of rules, society would just be chaos. Everybody would be robbing, stealing, killing each other. You got to have some sort of like line to walk on. You can't just blur all the lines.
Right. She know darn well if it was a purge or something like that, she'd be she'd be over there crying for the police to save her and all that stuff. See, she get to do that. She
What she
get to
should
do that.
what she should do is go spend all her fucking time and energy on something that's important, like actually trying to help homeless people get off the streets, or actually
Right.
fighting for a real cause that isn't, how you woke up and felt one day.
Mm-hmm.
Spend that time and energy doing that shit instead of getting on people's platforms and crying about, well, my life sucks because I gotta work. Yeah, well, people have been working forever now. Okay, ever since they created wages and trade systems, people work. That's just how it goes down. Just because you can't say, okay, well, government take care of me, give me everything I need, give me money, and then I won't be a slave anymore. What?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, if it worked like that, nobody would work. Nothing would get done. There'd be no infrastructure. There'd be no system. Everybody would just live off of well, actually, who would provide all that? Because somebody would have to go to work.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, dog, somebody gotta work no matter what. And we
Yeah,
don't work, we not gonna eat. You like, oh,
exactly.
well, human rights supposed to make us get us fed and all that stuff. Okay, then who gonna feed us? Like,
Right.
who the one that got to work to feed us? Like, we supposed to sit on our back while everybody else just give us food? That's a silly stuff, and that's what I'm saying. That spoiledness is why people think that they slaves nowadays, and people don't realize. That's why I say privileged people don't know when they privileged.
Yeah. It's like hunters and gatherers back in the day, like,
Yep.
what do you think the woman did all day while the hunters were out? They were
Butter.
out gathering the other shit that we needed, making baskets, making cups,
Yep.
doing all the stuff that the men weren't doing. The men were out hunting, getting food. One
Yep.
way or another, you guys were getting fed, but somebody had to go get the food. Can't just say, oh, okay, DoorDash me something, government.
Right. Exactly. Oh man, that jug is so sad. How spoiled. Man, that jug it actually irritates my soul, but it's just sad that people think like that, man. People are so not they not grateful at all. They
No,
entitled. That's that entitled mentality and stuff I be talking about. That junk is it's sad. That junk is sad.
yeah, that's another funny thing is like, that's true here in America. It's partly our fault. I don't know how old you are, but it's partly our fault for raising these children like this, giving them, because I had the same mentality. I have a 14-year-old daughter. My whole mentality throughout her growing up was, I'm just gonna give her everything she wants. I want my kid to be as happy as possible. But that's what
Mm-hmm.
was wrong. We spoiled the crap out of these kids, and none of them think they have to actually do anything hard like their grandparents or their parents had to do to
Right.
give them all that stuff. They think, oh well, I got it all my life. I should still be able to get it. Why can't I get it? Why I gotta go work at McDonald's now?
Right.
Like, oh shit, sorry, I
Well,
forgot to
I gotta
tell you.
work. That's slavery. Because I had to work to birth you.
Right, you think your birth was cheap or free? Shit.
Man,
Sometimes that shit set people back, put them in debt for like 5-10 years. Talking about like 20-30 grand just to have a kid. You're welcome.
somebody forced her to go to school. She got a college degree. Somebody forced her to be big. Somebody forced her to get out of here, man. That victim mentality is destroying us, man. People do not see it, man. That junk is destroying us. And then they pass it along to their kids, teaching them this stuff. Like, that junk is crazy.
I see, like,
And see why we can't get anywhere in life.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're broke and you spent 4 years in a college and stuff like that, that's another thing they don't teach these kids is like, what'd you go to college for? You know, what did you get your education in? What degree did you master? And they'll be like, oh, well, you know, I wanted fashion, or I wanted social marketing, or I wanted business management. You know, stupid degrees that ain't gonna get you nowhere. And instead, you could have went in and said, all right, well, I want to be a civil engineer, or I wanted to be something of a field that actually pays like a lot of money, and go into that and just be and you know, get a degree in there. Starting rates for like engineers and shit got to be over 100K or more, or a lot more. And they don't realize that they get these worthless degrees, come out of college, and then they're stuck working factory jobs.
Right. Waste of a degree.
Yeah, like, well, why did I spend 4 years to come back to work in a factory? Because you got the wrong degree. I didn't finish high school, and guess what? I'm working in the same factory you're working in.
Right. Like, why we both in here? That's funny.
And that's another thing. A lot of companies want work experience too on top of it. So if you ain't got a good degree, well, you coming out of college, you sure don't have any work experience. So you're starting at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to get on here to, honestly, I wanted to combat her a little bit.
Right. She had her own stuff. I already noticed, though. I just wanted to entertain her, but I already know what type she was, because I deal with a lot of people that's like that.
I was like,
she just wanted to, I guess.
I got you. You're so knowledgeable. Let's go ahead and let's go a couple rounds real quick. But yeah,
they kept trying to switch it on me. Oh, you deflecting? Like, no. So you deflecting about me telling you that you deflecting? I'm like, do you even hear yourself? But like I said,
that's what I was saying too. She's trying to twist the definition around. That's why she repeated the definition to you, so she can get her own interpretation of the definition.
Yep, her own narrative in there. Yep, exactly.
Instead of taking what the definition.
That means the people across. But I'm like, what about you? You are not the people. Them people don't got time to get on TikTok and talk about this. They are really slaves. How the heck you a slave? Like, them are more in advanced slaves. We are slaves. Like, we're the first level of slave. Like, no.
We're new.
Now you got a new definition of it. Oh my. That's why you can't ever trust a person that just talks straight off their feelings, man. You can't.
No.
Because they can make up anything as they go. That junk dangerous.
Yep.
That's how people get manipulated. That's how, man.
No, I agree. You know, you gotta speak with some logic. You gotta stop getting in your feelings. Well, you know what? Someone hurt my feelings about this, or I didn't like what someone said. So I got a platform. I can get on and tell everybody else how they hurt my feelings instead of growing the fuck up and dealing with it. Sorry about cussing. My bad.
Ain't good. He said the mouth is dangerous. Most definitely, man. Yeah, words can do some things for real, man. It can help uplift or it can destroy things for real.
Yeah.
And make people make decisions that, I mean, it just depends, yeah. That's the reason why I was talking to some people like, why you do? I heard this one person, one of my friends, like, why you just don't go out in the streets? I'm like, man, but you gotta talk first so you can get the right mindsets around before we make any type of movement. Simple words can make things happen. Just no different from what Martin Luther King did. You know, all that stuff starts off with a speech before we can make any type of movement. And then, you know, even with the speech and all that stuff, it changed people's mentality. It gave them more hope, motivation, and all that stuff. You know, it took words to help change my life. You know, I had to listen to things and had to interpret it in a different way for me to understand that I had more control and power on my life than I have. You know, if you want to live this life, just like seem like she's doing, living this life that you so limited, I can't do what I want to do and all that. Like that junk is crazy. And that's why I was asking, like, what do you want to do that you can't, that you saying you can't do? Like, nobody else. That junk irritating, but whatever.
Because you can't afford anything.
We gotta do better.
you know, fucking. Oh, sorry again. Damn. She's just mad because she can't afford what she wants to do. And you know what? That's what, like 80% of Americans right now can't afford anything. You know, I've been planning a vacation for like the last 15 years, and I still didn't took one. But yeah, no, like your platform and stuff like that, you get a better outreach to people through social media before you go out in the streets, like you were saying. You know,
Right,
because
you got to.
how you
I mean, we
gonna?
seen what Donald did, Mr. Trump did
Yeah, it's
to
like
a Twitter. Through a Twitter, he made some stuff happen. They had to shut him down.
right. I
So
mean, like
you can't say words ain't powerful.
I say, if you want to organize an event or something, you get followers, you get people, you know, you talk through your platforms, you get or connect through social media, and then you organize an event, and then it goes on the news, and then it makes headwaves.
Facts.
It don't work the opposite way. You can't just go out in the street and then you
And
think
just
that
do it right.
it's gonna be
What
like a
we doing?
movie.
And they looking
I
all
say it's
lost.
gonna be like a movie. You walking down the street and everybody's just coming out of the house like, oh, follow him.
Follow him right. He look like he know what he about to do. We don't know what he about to do, but he look like he got a plan.
Right.
Right, what the hell? You got to strategize first. Like I said, a lot of people, that's gonna be funny. They just like to talk to sound good, but they don't really want to. They don't want to put in the work or even. Or I mean, like I said, and I do. Like I said, actions do supposed to take after words, right?
Right.
It's like if I'm trying to tell people to, work on their emotions, all that stuff. It start out with words and how you interpret it or aware of it, and then you got to take the action yourself and realize where you falling at, what you need to work at. Change. I mean, even like with mentality, you can't make nobody change their mentality, but you have to talk to them in a way to where they have to be. And like I said, when I was start off in the beginning of this thing, it started off with awareness. You got to have some form of awareness before any type of change. Good looks, but delicious. But yeah, it got to start off with that though. That's no different from we in a chair sometimes when they in therapy. I believe everybody needs that. All of us can use therapy, man. We always need another interpretation of our life than just ourselves. And even the therapists need a therapist. Thank you for the 100 fist.
I always wondered about that. Who the therapy? I wonder if they're talking to their colleagues or if they go to a different office to talk to some like complete stranger. I wouldn't want to talk to my colleagues about my issues if I was a therapist. Like, oh yeah, that lady next door, we work together, but she is crazy. Oh, you got an appointment with her? Yeah, go on up. something crazy like that. Oh man, I just watched. I don't know if you play Fortnite or not, but I just watched the Fortnite event and stuff. I was so disappointed with Eminem. I thought Eminem was gonna. Everybody thought Eminem was gonna do like a live show, or not a live show, but at least be in person. But it was just big. It was just the character of him. So like, you didn't see him in person. And then I get kicked off my server for 2 hours, and now I gotta go to work. So.
Oh, that's bold. I got my hopes all up.
I know, I was in the game too when I got kicked out. My boy Shada, he got kicked out before the game started, and he sent me a screenshot of, oh yeah, I got an hour 45 left, and then he sent me another picture of some girl, and I'm like, hey, who's the girl? He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, look at the second picture you sent me. There's some girl that he was talking to.
Oops, I got too excited.
Watch your camera roll. You're gonna send me something you don't want.
And what is that? We can't be friends anymore.
Like, nah, I'm calling your cousin Nate. I gotta block you on Xbox. I'm sorry, man.
Gotta block you from everything. You tripping, brother. Different, yeah, man. I don't know what happened. I let you up earlier. Yeah, you could have, she done left already, man. She kicked her own stuff. She couldn't take the heat. And she was getting put in the corner the usual. I made her, man.
Hey, you done made her go start her own live platform right now.
I'm mad I missed it.
Man, I was ready too because I already know you about to have something for sure. I just was here to entertainment. I already knew what type of person she is. Like I said, I deal with so many people on here. I can just basically, it's a repetitive thing. I can tell what tip people be on most of the time. That's why I ask some questions just to get them to question themselves sometimes. But some people, what they do is they try to do that talk over you tactic because you about to get somewhere and burn them. They heard, but what is something? I'm like, no, you know I'm about to get you somewhere, but now you want to talk over me.
The best
What do you
question you
do,
ask,
Kev? I
the,
ain't.
the best question you ask is, so if somebody works for you, they're their slave. Yo, the
Right.
pause on that shit.
Shit. She like, yeah. That even contradicted too, because she even said like, I'm like, but you said that people deserve food, but I'm like, somebody got to do some type of work then. So whoever giving you that food, that's what I'm the one that's like, dog. So is they slaves because they had to work to give you free food? Like, people, like that's what I said. She
Tim,
don't hear herself talking,
Tim,
man. She talk when you talk off feelings. That's how you sound. That's just what it is. That's why I be trying to get people like, dog. We got to use our brains sometimes, and our
well,
feelings
she
can
was like,
lie to us.
we should get food, shelter. What was the five things she was saying that we should get for free? She said food, shelter, and clothing, and something else. And then
Man,
it was like, okay, so who's gonna work for the food? Like, how does the food grow if we don't, if we don't plant the food, how does it grow? Like, what the fuck?
man,
You're just gonna
that's some
have to
spoiled
enslave all the
mentality.
farmers.
That spoiled entitlement mentality is what get people to talk like that, man. That junk sad. That junk is sad.
if you're if you live off the land, you're gonna have to farm. That's work.
Yep,
You if you're doing electricity as far as building fans to create electricity, you have to build the fans. And then
yep,
you have to make sure they're oiled. You gotta make sure they're spinning right.
yep.
There's still gonna be labor no matter what resource you need.
Hmm. No matter what, you got to put in work. That junk is true. You don't work, you don't eat. That's just life. That's flat out life. Like even our body is built to work. Our heart is working every day. Our whatever is keeping us alive have to work. It don't just stop like, you know what, I need to take a break. Can you let somebody else beat for you real quick before I can take a break and stuff? I don't feel like working. And my heart is a slave to me now, I guess, because it's working for me. But people funny to me, man. You gotta work every. If your body work, what make you think you don't have to work? Well,
No,
my
No,
heart have the
slave
right
to
to
my
not.
mind. My body is a slave. My arm is a whole slave.
Right,
you
exactly.
just
Well,
caught
only
her in a
thing they
bad.
work nowadays, they mouth. That's the only thing they go to work.
You just caught her in a bad moment. Her brain went on break for about 15 minutes. Ain't come back though.
Oh my. People is so. That's what I be meaning about that. And she just straight up have lazy. I told her, that's why I asked her a personal question. Like, okay, I was like, since you feel so much, I'm like, how much you weigh then? Because I bet you talking about these slaves from across the seas and us. Bet you weigh way more than them. You know what I'm saying? You have the option to eat what you want and how much you want and all that stuff. You ain't starving. You talking like you starving and stuff. Like at the end of the day, you have a choice to work or not. That's your choice over here, especially in America. And then most of the time, you got government assistant over here when you want to talk about the government, and they helping you out. You know what I'm saying? When you ain't got enough,
That was
man,
another.
hardly get that anyways. But we ain't gonna talk about that. So I'm like, no,
I
you
didn't
got
agree
double
with
the privilege over here in America. So you talking. That's why she want to keep deflecting and talking about another whole country. But you trying to take away all slavery. I'm like, no, I'm talking about you. What they got to do with them? That's actual slaves over there.
Even in our country, the government provide us with programs like food stamps,
Yep.
housing assistance, and all that. So I was like, what is she talking about? How are we slaves if they're providing programs that we
Right.
then we go take advantage of?
I talking about the look. I even got her with the people that's homeless. Right, they are more privileged than people that's actually slaves. They have a choice. They can pick what garbage they want to find. They food all that. They got clothes and all that stuff. They making that stuff happen more than actual slaves. That's what I'm saying. Well, some of them is over there under like you want to say the worst part, but I seen a dude that been on the street since I was a kid, and he's still alive in these streets doing these things, begging, and make more, and they make more money begging than we working some of the times. You know what I'm saying? They just put their money somewhere else, but they making money though. Simply begging. So actual slaves couldn't even do that. They just had to get whatever was given to them. That's what I'm saying. That's offensive.
Yeah, that is offensive. It was a statistic about, like, I don't know how long ago it was now, like 5-10 years ago. They were talking about panhandling in New York and how their annual income was over $100K. I'm like, that's not even that's up there with the nowadays, because I think it's like, I don't know, like 20% of people, or that's up there in the high bracket now. The bracket for medium income is like 50,000. I'm like, some of these guys out here panhandling, making twice what we're making.
Facts. There's some people that was faking it like they was homeless to make money. They ain't showed that on TV.
I think that I watched the same thing. I think that's what I was talking about. They were covering was the panhandling, how they were dressing up to be bums, and then they were going back to their nice condos, sky rises and stuff.
Even if you do nothing, and you say, you know what, I'm a bum, you still, not to say it's a necessity, but I usually see it. You still got to get your shopping cart. You still got to get blankets. You still got to get your cardboard. You still got to build, a little bit of a tent for yourself, or a little bit of a corner. You still got to work. You can't just sit there and do nothing. Even if you got to go to the supermarket and beg for some money, there's still work you got to put in being homeless.
Yep. You can't avoid it. You just can't avoid it. You have to work. I don't know what world. That's a whole nother level of entitlement too, man. Well, human rights are supposed to get fed and supposed to get like no. What about who do? Ah, man, that's crazy. Sometimes I be hating my brain be working like that. It be trying to understand some people, but I realize some situations you can't try to, and I don't like calling it that. You can't understand stupidity, man. That's just what it is. I be trying to make sense out of 1+1=5. And I have to realize I can't do it sometimes. And I know my brain be trying to operate and understand why a person can think like that. But I realize that that's when it goes back to that. When you just talk off your feelings, you get to get away with saying anything. And I can't. And that's one thing nobody will ever understand, a person that want to make facts out of their feelings, because you will never be able to understand what's going on through their mind, or what they trying to make out, or what their intentions is. Like, people be just having their own intentions and reasons of why they say what they say, or they trying to push a message. Sometimes they try to manipulate. They try to do something to fit whatever they feel like, or their narrative, and that's just what it is, man. That's just. And I be trying to make sense. That just hurt my head. I gotta stop. I got some hours to do on this thing. I can't be getting my head hurting already.
I'm glad that you do what you do, because before, when I first met you, you used to be more like, I don't know what it is. I don't want to say gullible, but now that you've educated yourself, it's like now you see how I used to come on the panel. Like, yo, these people are the weirdest as fuck. Like, you try to enlighten them, and you're the enemy. You try to put them on to stuff that they don't know what they're talking about, and you become the enemy. Like, what the fuck is this? I'm glad that, I'm telling you, I didn't witness them treat you like this in other pages, and I'm like, see, Kevin, now you know what. Welcome to my world, Kev. Welcome to my world.
Yeah, I do be trying to at least give. That's the only reason why I gave her a little shine. I be trying to give chances sometimes. That's all. Give people, if they have a little bit of type of faith or hope in life, I try at least try to see where they at. Because I do feel like some people need more work than others. It's just all about what I can tolerate at the end of the day. Because I know everybody got their own tolerance bar. And
it's like
some people don't want to. They don't want that. They just want to push out what they want to push out. That's what it is.
And I don't know why it's the majority. It's not like it's some. It's like it's the majority of humanity is like this. Like, you only find a few rare open-minded and open-hearted people that you can actually build with. That's open enough to be like, I don't know what he's talking about, but let me further dip and dab. Let's have a discussion more than a debate. Let's reason more than argue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
I would say it's worse in America though, most definitely, because I think it's people that's outside America that's actually that's why I say that's different between America and other people, and we always hating on the people that ain't in it because they know how to work with one another. We don't. We get mad because, and that's why I say, you notice we the land of the free, and we got all this freedom on different things, and then we cry about the most. We can't work with one another. As soon as somebody disagree, we want to unalive one another and all that stuff. They loyalty outside of America is real. You know what I'm saying? They actually know how to be a family. They know how to say, "Hey, put this grudge. We not doing this today." They put their foot down and all that. We gonna make this business work. They gonna make some stuff happen. We too they gonna weak and soft and all that. That's what I'm getting. That's what I've been preaching about all this weak and stuff. We soft and weak in America. The more freer we are, the more we keep on turn into pillows. That's just what it is.
I'd say okay, so like for example, I used to work in factories, a couple different factories and stuff, and we hire people straight from out in the Philippines,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, down in Mexico or something, and people from Africa and stuff, and they all come to work there and everything. Most of them, they don't just take the money and spend it and all that stuff. They ship most of that all back to their families. Like, so I get what you're saying about loyalty and stuff.
Yep.
Like they have like big 20, 30 people families out in like Mexico and Africa and stuff, and they ship all that money that they're making up in here, money
Mm-hmm.
that we complain about. They ship it to other countries and take care of their own people.
Man.
And yeah, we don't do that. We're selfish as shit.
People,
What it is.
us
Man.
motivational people, why don't we come together? That's what I want to know.
We are.
Let's forget the robots. Let's talk about the people like me and yourself. How come me and you don't, you know, work together or network or come together and make a difference in each other's
I
life?
mean,
What's that
I think
about?
every day we on this app, we find different. But you gotta build though more though, because you gotta find. Because I don't think like a couple people can make stuff even make movement. I mean, they can, but I think the goal is to build as big as we can. Because everybody got their own, I guess, specialties or something that they're good at. Because like all of us gonna have we all gonna have our own, you know, I guess specialties. I guess we're gonna stick with that, right? So it's like you gotta build a big group at whatever, especially based on how our work style is and all that, the way we live and stuff. And we gotta work at the angles we at, I guess, because it's not like a couple people can do everything. So we gotta have, talents. You can say talents too, talents. Yeah, so stuff like that though. But yeah, so right now I'm focused on like I'm trying to build a um. Actually, I'm just trying to help people by just changing their mentality on different things and help and have them help me too. And I'm trying to well, I guess that's what I guess I don't know. I forgot what I was about to get to with that, but basically it's just we got to build a big group.
Thank you for not stopping the excuses. Exactly, because that's what builds an organization. Different
Hmm.
talents. We got to put
Yes,
our talents together.
together, yeah.
And yeah. Just like and I know you watch. I don't know that you watch Marvel, but I would hope that you watch Marvel. X-Men, and then you got X Factor, and then you got different groups. You got what's another group?
Mm. DC,
A Justice League.
yeah.
You got all these groups, but they're different characteristics. You got Cyclops, you got
Facts, right?
Fantastic Four. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they all got different talents, but they're the Fantastic Four. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, making it work. Yep. Everybody got their own angles of how they can hit things or whatever. But I do feel like they got to start off with a voice though. You got to and that's how like I used Martin Luther King earlier. He had to start
That's
off
why I
with his
appreciate
voice,
what
his
you do.
dream, and he just made it happen. It had a lot of people get on board. Even people that we be calling enemies, he had them working with him. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's all about who's talking because all of us
That's why I
got to
never
where we
stopped
had our
following you.
voices.
That's why I never stopped following you because
Yep.
I may not like your methods, but I do like your
Mm.
intentions.
Yep.
The intentions
Yeah.
was to enlighten people, like you said, laugh, just to build a better humanity, point blank, period. And that's
Yep.
honorable. That's very honorable. I could honor you for that. Like, well, and you don't astray off path. As I done followed a lot of other people, and they're, oh, this is not working, so let me get to the bag. You, you stay on path. Like, nah, I could get to the bag, but that's not what I joined TikTok for. I joined to make it a difference. Excuse me. And like I said, that's honorable.
Yep. Appreciate you, man. That's what I do. Turn to that. Oh, you make sure you do this and that for the money and all that. And then turn it to that. Like, no, what is your real intentions on here? I'm trying to see. Nah, I think I'm the same way, and that's why I said even when we say contributing to the community, I still spread the same energy outside this app. It's not just fake, I'll be trying to, help people. Like when I even hear somebody talking weird in the street sometimes or whatever, like this one dude, I'm old and all this stuff. I'm like, well, a lot of people ain't making match. I just try to give them a different way to look at things because I realize a lot of us are pessimistic and we need like some positive in our life and stuff. And it took a lot in me to even to choose a lifestyle of trying to be a positive person just in general. That's just what I try to do. I try to bring some type of fairness because all of us struggling at some, man. Who can't use some type of positiveness or some type of motivation in our life? Because I could, talk to the right person that might want to make some major changes and just in life in general. So I mean, you gotta be consistent, man. Might as well. Shoot, I ain't got no kids or nothing like that. I might as well put my energy to some, do some type of contribution to life. That's I do feel like that's one of our main contributions is having kids and or whatever. But trying to do it the right way. So I'll be patient, but otherwise I still can contribute to the community in some way and not just be selfish. Like, let me just get this bag and make sure I'm so like I was in the other live about that with everybody talking I'm getting this education and all this stuff, but for what? You know what I'm saying? For what? You doing all this stuff just to go on the grave with it and worms to suck on it? Because you going or you just getting this just to brag and all this stuff for what? Like what's the point? If you're not doing nothing for the community and yet them be the same people complaining about the community, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, a lot of us just be so dang on selfish and they don't they don't really know what they want to do.
That's like a lot of my friends.
When you're genuine, you learn too, because there's a lot of things that I see a lot of growth in you, Kevin. A lot of growth from the one that I met. I don't know how long ago. From now, I could definitely tell you to your face, bro. You've grown intellectually a lot. You've definitely grown, and mature wise. You've definitely grown from since then till now.
I would, shoot, I would hope, man. I'm like I say, when I say I want to be better than my yesterday, that's just true. But it take a lot of and that's the reason why I like about this app in general. Because I was talking to somebody yesterday, I said this can be very helpful. I actually said this app actually helped make a lot of changes in my life because it made me realize, talking to so many people, like, dang, how many different lifestyles it is. It made me realize, how many angles of life you can hit it. That's why it's like basically trying to, take out the pieces that can really help me or currently or that might be able to help the next person. Because all this information, like I was mentioning earlier, it comes from a bunch of people. Like I said, in observation. So it's like, why not spread out what could possibly help others, instead of just keeping it to myself. Like, well, I help myself. I don't care about nobody else. Like you can only pour over. That's why I tell people you got to pour over what you got. If you got it, then pour it over. A lot of people is trying to, all they pouring nowadays is they're hurting their traumas. You know what I'm saying? That's not doing nothing to help nobody. You know what I'm saying? But it's helping them, but it ain't helping nobody else because everybody on this app have traumas and pains and all this stuff. So, if I can help people that's like that, why not? I help myself. I find a way to escape my mentality of feeling like I'm just like the topic of slave. I had to realize that got full control of that. I realize there's people worse than me. That's one people don't want to look at. They always want to think they are the worst. Just like I'm gonna keep mentioning that girl. Now she done made it a topic and stuff. Just like her, she acting like she was at the. Soon as I said something about family, that was the funniest one. As soon as I said something about, well, I'm an orphan. How you gonna say that? Like, bro, I ain't got time for that. I'm not falling for that stuff, man. You can use that tactic on somebody else. That's not about to work on me, man. Because you don't know how to answer that. If you don't, whatever. But that's funny to me. I mean, that's sad to me. Let me start saying funny. That's sad. Just sad. Sometimes you gotta laugh at the sad. Sometimes because it'd be so sad.
And then you gotta look at it because you could say to yourself, it's kind of like a pat on your shoulder because you're not the type of person that's gonna be in denial, or you can be like this person that truth will be in their face and they'll still deny truth. You know,
Yeah.
I love being an open-minded person, and like there was something that you said. When you heal, there's certain things that people will say that you know that they didn't heal.
Yep.
And that,
I talked about
yo,
that
I'm
yesterday.
telling you,
Yep.
this is why y'all salute Kevin, because Kevin be like, yo, he be on it.
Man, for real though. But like I said, a lot of this stuff had to come from personal experience and stuff. Like, that's why people be like, "How do you know? How you gonna tell me?" Well, I was that person before. I know I'd be burning sometimes, and I was kind of
Rolling.
actually proud that somebody held themselves accountable yesterday because I was like, man, I don't feel like going back and forth. And she was like, man, don't be pandering me. And that was so funny, man. But she like, because I was like, man, because I do realize everybody got different, on different levels and people got to do what's best for them. But I'm like, at the end of the day, that's still ego, you know what I'm saying? But eventually she understood and stuff and gave in. And that's why I'm saying, if we know how to hold ourselves accountable, or take accountability for certain things, we can make big changes in life. We more humble in different things, and then humble is another thing, right? Because a lot of us are so prideful, like that humbleness will never let us learn anything. I mean, that pride and ego will never let us have the ability to change our life or find peace within ourselves. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us just lack a lot of peace. That's the thing. We Peace is gold, man. I'm over here blushing because peace so dang gonna go. I love peace, man. That's one thing I found out, man. Peace of mind, you find that within yourself, man.
To say that you find that yourself by being honest with yourself, and not being in denial of stuff. So when you, like you said, so when you do hear it, you acknowledge it. You could hear it. Like, what do you tell? I could tell that you're not healed by how you're talking, and people won't understand it because, again, they're not living in truth. Because once you live in truth, I've been there, and I used to say the same things. That's how I know.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I always tell people that I really ain't on here to make no friends or nothing like that because all I can do is say the wrong thing one day to somebody, and the next minute I hate you. Why you acting like you think you this and that? Like, no. That's the reason why. Because like if only that is true about the only the strong gonna survive or they gonna stick with one another. Like you have to be strong. You gotta be I guess be willing to heal because a lot of people just don't want to. As bad as they voice it, they don't want to. They don't want they just like I said, they want validation of their lifestyle. They don't want to heal for real because it hurts and it stops them from what they really want. You know what I'm saying? So it's just but I can't talk to them people because they made their mind up. That's what it is. Once they mind made up, they don't come on here. Come with the disingenuous questions and statements and all that stuff and act like they're interested in stuff. No, they don't. A lot of people is on here with their agendas, and everybody have an agenda, but sometimes you can see straight through it that it ain't, and it's not a genuine intention. It's just something that, like I said, for them, they go back to them. I just want to prove, or I just want to let out my traumas I have inside of me, or I just want to. But that's just what it is, man. That's why I say I love about this app, man. I done ran into so many good people, so many headaches on here, but it's strengthening me, man. It's gonna be tough to get to certain levels in life and stuff. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna do a lot of things. I ran into fake friends on here or fake associates, fake encounters, and they changed on me. But that's what made me more. It built me to like let me stop focusing on having friends and stuff and focus on uh giving the messages out, man. Because like I said, it ain't my job to make sure everybody is healed, or you come on here unhealed and want me to walk around the way you feel. I don't think no real friend should be like that. Your real friend should be able to, hurt your feelings and you try to understand why they hurt your feelings. Like people don't never want to ask that question because Some people not probably purposely do it. They just trying to get a message out that you've been trying to, you've been trying to sweep under the rug. That's your choice that you did that, but it got to come out. That's just like you walking around with a scar on your face or something like that, and you hoping nobody else say nothing about it, but you can't hide it. That's you. You expect somebody else to stay quiet about what you sitting here walking around with. It's gonna come out no matter what. And if you want to keep being in the denial, well, I don't have to scratch on my face. Shut up. It's not me. What you blaming me? You know what I'm saying? As long as you got that, you're gonna be hurting yourself. You got to be able to live up with that scar on your face and be confident with that scar. You can't hide it. You can't hide your hurt.
I got 3 scars on my face.
What?
I got one from a boomerang accident when I was 6 on my
Mm-hmm.
eyebrow. I got one from a car accident, and I got one from a beer bottle from my cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't trust your cousin.
See? And when you able to say it like that, right? When you able to tell why you got them scars and not be hurt about it because you realize you survived them scars, right? That's when you healed. Even the scar itself has healed. You know what I'm saying? Instead of playing victim, well, I gotta watch out for boomerangs all my life. And no, you just, like I said, things in our life is for us
Terrified. I'm
for us to grow from, adapt with, or learn from. Them are the 3 main things, and that's how you make it in life in general. Because you realize, as long as you survive, you got another day to try things from a different angle to do something to better your life. Instead of crying about that scar all the rest of your life. Well, what about that boomerang?
I don't know, man. I still don't trust them boomerangs.
You got the trust issues with it. I feel you on that. But that's you learned though.
Alright,
You
so
learned that boomerang's gonna come back and smack you. You know what I'm saying? That's what you learned.
That's the one thing I could appreciate and like about
I've
you
been
and
in
this
like 4
family.
car accidents, so like I know a little thing about.
Is the fact that we don't just talk, we learn. Like you were saying that the person is making me mad
Oh, he
or
got one
making
car.
me upset. When me and you talk, we have to talk from a different angle of understanding because we understand that I don't make you feel anyway.
Work.
You're responsible for your own emotions.
Yep.
So when me and you talk, it's a development of understanding. When other people talk, it's like you got to go back and then bring them up to your level
Mm-hmm.
before you can even get to the next level. And that's just like, whoo.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned that before. I think a couple lives ago. People are like it's like puzzles, and some puzzles are easier to solve than others, of course. And some puzzles might not be even meant to be solved, you know what I'm saying, before they hit the grade. So it's like some people you can put 4 pieces together and they gonna get it off rip. You can get the puzzle off rip. Some of them might be the 100 pieces and then they get it. That's the ones you gotta do a little bit more work on. Some people, the puzzle was already there. They just go, hey, you know what I'm saying? Or some puzzles is just dust and it's just not meant to put together. It's just toe up, it's burnt up, and you ain't gonna never get that puzzle together. So that's what made me realize that it's like all of us got our different ways we can relate with one another or understand or whatever. But yeah, that's how I look at it.
We can be talking like you're responsible for your own emotions like anger, this, that, and the third, and then we get into a intellectual room and people are still talking on that level. It's
Mm,
like, what? Like we already know that you're responsible for your own emotions, so I can't
yeah,
make you feel anything. How you respond to it that's your responsibility. You got to be accountable for how you respond to it. And
yep.
this is how growth happens. You don't blame people for your actions. You take full responsibility for your actions. Because I could have said it in an offensive way, but you didn't have to take it that way. And I could have said it in a nice way, but you took it offensively. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kev, I was just calling through to show you some love, man. How are you? How was
Oh,
your...
I'm good. I'm good. I'm blessed, man. How you feeling? Trying to still
Yeah,
send out some more invites. Hey,
going
if
through
y'all
some
can.
trials, but you know what? I have my body of armor on. God has me covered. So I'm
Hey.
I'm good.
That's what I like to hear. You know, God had his armor, especially in the world we living in today.
Yes, I know. Boy, humanity. I don't even know anymore. I have given, just throw it all in the trash. Like Boston would say, throw it in the trash.
Man, oh, I feel like what is her name? I'm over trying to look up. Exactly, man. So how you feel about the topic anyway, since you're up here? Yeah. How you feel about that? You believe in slavery in America?
I do. I think we are enslaved to the government and we have to, people are having to work 2, 3, 4 jobs to even make it while they sitting there not doing nothing and banking off of us. And
Mm.
then the craziness that they make us do with paying to drive on tolls that they created. We already pay taxes. Why are we having to pay extra to drive? I mean, we're enslaved all the way around.
Oh my. All right. You see number two? I am trying to see if I can find
Uh, yeah, I've seen that. Why do we still, most people believe we are still in slavery. And I believe that it's for the fact that everybody keeps us divided.
it.
And instead of coming together as one and understanding the word in the Bible that God all created us equally, He
Right.
created us.
Yep.
So, for we're not all one pure race. We are a mixture of nationalities, and people cannot get past that. And they're just looking at the outer side of it at this point, and they're judging, and people are not liking people just due to the color of their skin or the way that they are, the way that they're raised. And I don't believe in that. I never taught my children that. I taught my children you love everybody equally because you look at their person and the way that they are as a person and their heart, because that's
Mm-hmm.
the most important part.
Mm.
I
I
don't
can
know,
make sure. Yeah.
understand, or it might be a misconception, but you can't say that we can't believe in the government and then resort to religion, because the government is who gave us religion.
So what? With number
You know,
three, then what can be the solution to escape slavery?
I believe that if we can all become better um, and unite and our voices make them heard, things can change. That's the most important thing. Everybody
Mm.
has a voice. It's just about how you conduct yourself and how you approach a situation. And I believe if we all did it in a proper fashion, as in an adult manner, and not with anger and militia, I believe that we could all come to a healing point and unite and put a solution to the escaping of slavery. And if we can get the government to do what they need to do and make it a law, then I think we are pretty much covered.
Mm. Okay. Like you said that then. So who what's holding us back from doing that then?
Because a lot of people feel like they don't have a voice and their voice is not important. And a lot of people don't want to put in the work to do it. We don't have enough people putting in the work to do it, there'll never
Mm.
be change.
Oh, so it sounds like it's the people that's making us be like that because they don't want to do that or they don't have the mentality. to
Right.
make that choice, right? So it sounds like that's what's causing the slavery. That's what it sounds like. 'Cause I don't think nobody. Do you think somebody outside of us is forcing us to be that way?
I do.
Mm,
I believe from the time before, the way that slavery started initially, because is what formed everything else in other sections of slavery. Because we, let's not be naive. I mean, we understand that back in the day when they were going over and snatching people up and putting them on the boats and bringing them over and enslaving them, they enslaved those people's mentality, the things that they did, and it has just carried over and over because that is what they were taught. And we have to unteach the cycle to the next generation and work our way backwards. They had to work their way forward with learning. So now we have to learn how to work backwards to undo it.
mm.
Let me say one thing, maybe, because there's a thing that I've come to understand that we don't teach anything. If you tell your child 5 times to do something, or even 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and they don't do it, do you think that you taught them anything? Nah, I would say that you was preaching to them 5 times. It took them to teach themselves what you was preaching. It took them to learn what you're preaching. So no one teaches no one. We teach ourselves. Because you could tell me something 16 times and I don't listen. You didn't teach me nothing. Is when I choose to listen, research, do my own. When I choose to teach myself, that's when I learn.
I think I see what you're saying. I think teaching and understanding is two different things, though. Because just because you didn't understand it, I mean, nobody didn't put in the effort to teach you. I guess I would say because I think teaching is just no different from like telling you something that you didn't know. I think it is up to you to grasp it, right, or understand it. But it don't take away the credit of them actually showing you. It's like, nah, I'm learning. You gotta when somebody teach me something different from what I didn't know. I learned from them. I think I get what you mean though when it comes to understanding. You don't have to. You're not always guaranteed to understand what somebody mean, but the fact that it didn't originally come from you, that's how you know you got taught something new. I put it that way. But I think I kind of get what you're saying though.
Yeah, it's just
But
like how
I
you
think you're
said
just talking about the understanding part.
it. Even just like how you said it. If I didn't even understand it, how did you teach me it?
You
It
said
takes
how did
me. It takes me to open up. It takes me to learn it, to be taught it. Because you could be talking and I don't understand it. But then when I take the time to do the research of trying to understand, when I start to open up to understand, this is how I'm being taught. But you're not really teaching me it because it takes me to understand what you're saying. You could say, you ever broke down something like 10 different ways, even an elementary person, the person still don't get it, and it's like, you know what? Never mind.
I got
Let's
another one.
agree
This
to disagree. You know what I'm saying?
you, I got another one there for you. There. So according to that, right? That means everybody are leaders then, right?
Their own leader, their own leader,
Mm.
their
So
own.
because I'm. Mm,
Their, your movie is always gonna probably be different than my book and my movie.
mm,
Our storylines are always they're similar, but that's the difference. They're not the same. Similar, but not the same.
mm, mm. 'Cause I even feel like that's no different from when somebody is like it's because I don't think everybody. I mean, everybody might have their own things that they lead at, but it's always going to be to be a leader. You got to have a follower, you know. And if everybody was leaders, then who the heck is following? You know what I'm saying? You're a leader. Of course you narrate your own life, but if you just was a leader, you gotta have somebody that you leading besides yourself. I could be like, hey, I'm just leading my. I do feel, I feel that, but But
Yeah, well, and that's just like, like different saying, telling a child 4 or 5 times. Well, see, that ain't gonna happen in my era. Cause I'm a Gen X. I'm gonna tell you once, then I'm gonna get your attention, and then I'm gonna tell you, get it done,
right,
and that's the end of the conversation. Cause after that,
just taught them something.
yes, it's a whole different
You might
thing.
not
I come
understand it,
from a
but you gonna
different
get
era.
whooped. You gonna understand. You gonna get whooped though.
Right. That there's consequences for not minding.
What's up, Afro? Yep, that's an interesting one. That's interesting though.
You're abusive.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
what
just
you
like
just taught me that you're a
fluid.
dictator, abusive dictator.
No, it's not
You still
different.
learn something today though.
But you learn something. You learn I come
You
from a
got
different
taught a
era.
lesson today. That's like when people be trying to buck up on the people. They learn that they. Oh, if you get beat up, you learn that you couldn't fight this person, right? You learn that you could take a L too. You
Right.
ain't
And
have to
that's just
realize
like
that, but you seen everybody else know it though. You might not admit it. Why did this happen?
exactly that, and that's like I am proud, like to even say, like with my daughter, my baby, you know, she'll always be my baby. I don't care how old she is. She's
Yeah.
27. And I remember her being 18 and kicking it with her friends, and they
Mhm.
would come in and she'd be like, hey, just want to warn you, if my mom says something to you, it's yes ma'am or no ma'am. Or she said, my mom don't play. I'm just letting you know. Like my mom is very strict about that. My mom like put that into our head growing up. You say yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir. Please, thank you. They should like you better be on point with my mama because my mama will light you up quick. And like I told her, you don't ever throw the first punch. If somebody's doing something, you let them throw the first punch because when you put those hands on them and they
Don't
take that
say that.
L,
Don't say you taught her. Difference of that. Don't say nothing right now. You didn't teach her how to fight. Don't do that. She
Why
learned
you
that
tell
on
her to
her
stop?
own.
I'm just waiting for
I
her to
see
stop
different up
talking.
there. I ain't
I'm
worried
Don't
about
say
you,
waiting
that.
but
We
I
got
just
we gotta
tell
wait
you.
till different leave. Then
patiently.
we can say you taught her.
No, I'm just saying, like I let her know if there was ever an equation that her and somebody got into it,
Yeah.
she doesn't ever throw that first punch to let them do it. That way, when she throws a punch back, it's totally self defense. But
Hmm.
like I told her, if you can walk away from it, walk away from it. There ain't no issue with being the bigger person. But I also know in today's society, especially in her time, there wasn't none of that. Somebody being the bigger person because they keep on. And I would
But
tell
I
you,
said I
she's
say
done
what
that.
I say what I said to say this because I believe ego is what separates us from coming together, and this is
Facts.
why we have slavery because
Yep.
we think this entitlement, this authority, our mentality, we don't think of each other as one. Even like I said, see, we think that we're teaching somebody something. No, you're not. I'm teaching myself because I refuse, even with the beating, even with the indoctrination, I could still refuse it. I don't have to receive what you're trying to imply on me or force on me. I don't have to. It'll take me to want to, okay, I understand. And you know what? Let me take a different route.
So what is
I
that called
chose to
then when
do
you
that.
accept it then?
I taught myself. I'm learning.
It's
But you
no
didn't
way.
teach me.
So you gonna
You
take
didn't
a
teach me.
person's credit
There's a
away from
difference
them.
between there's a difference between someone teaching you something and you teaching yourself it. There's a big difference.
But if
Okay,
I
if it
showed
wasn't your
you how to
idea,
do
then how did
something
you teach
different,
yourself?
or if we was having a conversation and I was like, "Oh, look at this," and I started, and you were like, "Oh, yeah," and then I started adding in, then I taught you. So people do teach each other, but
So
another
You
babies
thing
teach
you
preached
themselves?
that.
said
No, you
is
preached
that
it. I didn't have to acknowledge it. You preached it to me. The minute I acknowledged it is the minute then I start to want to understand it and learn it. You
Okay,
just
and just
you
like
just
you made the
you just
comment
preached it
that we're
out there.
not one.
You put the knowledge out there. It's just like books in a library. You can't say okay, it's like my mom used to say something. School doesn't go to you. You go to school. And I used to love that line. Like, school does not teach you shit. You go to school and learn. You teach us. They give you books to go home to do homework. Like, they just present the knowledge. That's all they're doing is presenting the knowledge to you. It takes you to learn it, to teach yourself it, to understand it. Even there's different ways to understand it too. There's like the anger thing that me and say, when me and him say, listen, I cannot make you angry, there's even different levels of that, and I love that conversation because a lot of people still don't understand that. And you
Well,
could
I
teach
think
them.
just for me, I'm in a different place because, I believe, as you made the comment, that we're not all one. I don't believe that. I believe we're all one because I could meet you in the street today, not even knowing you, speak to you, and I would hug your neck. If we had a nice girl, I'd be like, you know what? Hey, dude, can I give you a hug? Same thing with Kev. I've been hung out with Kev for a few times here and there in his live, another live, or whatever. But that's just me as a person. I spoke to a lady last night, complete stranger. We high-fived. I was like, hey, you know what? You got TikTok? Look me up. I told her my name. And I mean, we had a whole conversation with a complete stranger, but that's just me because I love people. I don't look at people because of their color. You are no different than I am. You are my brother, are my sister. And that's the way that I look at it. You are my neighbor. And I'm going to respect you. I'm going to show you respect. I'm going to love you. And I hope that you could love me back.
Mm. So how about this when we get indoctrinated by our I guess the way we grow up and stuff, is that us teaching ourselves or somebody taught us a certain way that we had to relearn something else again? 'Cause that's what I had to realize. I was taught a certain way about different things, and it took me to relearn something else, or be observant of, or it's just so weird. I gotta talk weird now because to me, I
That
guess
is
being more
deep.
understanding of it just is more than what I got.
Deep.
I taught myself. I'm trying my best
Because
to talk like
our parents had to teach us to the point of level of understanding because we didn't have that until a certain age to
right.
know difference. So I guess in that nature, in that sense, we do teach. But in that sense, there is a level of authority in that sense. These are children, they're innocent, they don't know much. But when we're
Mm-hmm.
of level, I was referring that to how do we get along? Because as
Mm-hmm.
long as we start to think separate from each other, we're never going to get along. And ego makes us think, oh, I'm teaching you something. Look, my son, my younging, instead of we all coming and saying, now we just, especially with consciousness. You ever thought of consciousness and said, we know it all and we know nothing at the same time?
Yeah.
But yet people will come in and try to teach me something. So it's weird. It's like, just
But you
less.
don't realize you just contradict yourself though. Because we just admitted that you don't know it all. That means you still leaving room that you can learn more
And
from
I
other than
know
what you
everything.
know.
I know nothing and everything at the same time. Once you reach a level of consciousness, that means that you can teach me and I can learn, or vice versa. I
Right.
can teach myself or you can learn. But there's no level, there's no room where I could come in and feel like I'm superior. Like there's nothing that you can tell
Right.
me. I know it
Right.
all.
I feel you on
But
that.
there's people that reach that level or so-called reach that level of consciousness where it's like you can it doesn't become reasoning, it becomes a debate, it becomes an argument. It doesn't How can me and you argue or debate when we both know that we both not know nothing? You understand what I'm saying? We do know enough knowledge, but we know we don't know it all. So how are we
Yeah.
arguing?
We can
How are we
only teach
fighting?
what we know. That's what it is. We only teach what we I guess taught ourselves.
Think
We
we
only
know
take
what
that though.
we think we know,
Can I
what
can
we
I
think
can I
we
step in on this?
understand.
Yeah, I get you what we think. I'll get you on that. Yeah, that's what we do though.
Can I get in on this? Cause like it's crazy that you brought up something about slavery, right?
Mhm.
Like I was saying, like anytime before any of these lives, I I get with a group of people who do research, and we talk about these type of topics. Um, did y'all know that us copper melanin colored indigenous beings we are the currency that back the US, these corporations? Did y'all know that?
Mm.
We are their okay, so when you do the research, you'll see like you'll have a document that reads, and it's like I think it's like a couple of pages long, and the way they do that is they make it like that so that we don't read it, because people don't like to read a whole packet of just writing. We're not gonna read it, and so we break it down into sections. One day we'll go live and we'll read like two or three, then the next day we'll read another two or three, and then we'll keep it going like that. We are their currency. You feel me? And it came about something like with freedom, because if anything, we don't have freedom for real. Like they say, okay, yeah, we're gonna take away slavery. No, that's not what happened, because as you see, we still can't do the things that we want to do. Why?
Like
Because they
what?
won't come and stop it. We can't sit there and have no intelligent conversation, because a lot of people who's gonna get mad at it, and they're gonna want to block and report because they feel like we know too much, and they don't want us to know our rights as a being. I'm not gonna call us humans, because that's not what we are. To be a human, that means you own nothing, right? And so when I woke up and I joined the live and y'all were talking about slavery, slavery is a topic that I don't think a lot of people understand for real. Like they're not understanding that in today's society, where they gotta get up, rush out of the house, get in the car, and they're driving on that highway, the freeway, all of that. They're just people trying to get to work, but they're not understanding that money that you're making is just going in a whole circle. You're gonna have to give it back. They're gonna take taxes, and if you don't, then they're gonna take your house. They're gonna make sure you don't have no car. They're gonna do all of that, and so people they don't like want to learn about getting out of slavery. They don't want to learn about having their own freedom,
Mm.
and so like
So what about the people that's not working?
the people that's
They
not working
slaves?
well. I can't say everybody that's not working well. The people who have a goal and they're working towards something that wants to like be on a level of untouchable. I feel like they all read, they take notes, they rewrite it, and then they also go and they learn their rights. They learn all their rights. They write it down. They print it. They post it. They put it everywhere that they need to go, so that they have their true freedom. They have just like y'all don't.
So
You know what I'm saying?
so they
Like
got a choice to have freedom then, you saying?
yes, I mean it's
So
we.
okay, so that sounds like we don't have to be slaves then. You just said that some people, if that was the case, some people shouldn't have that option then. So slaves didn't have option.
They manipulated us. Some of us we taught these YT people our ways, and they used it to manipulate us. And so
those who were manipulated helped divide us. It's a divide and conquer thing
If we know
that
this,
nobody talks about in
I
society.
want to ask you a question. If we all know this now, why are we acting like we don't know this?
I was just about to say that too, right? Exactly.
Because
Because
I'm
not
like, yeah, because
everybody.
everybody keeps saying the same thing. Well, the white tea people are against it. Okay, so isn't that time to team up then? Shouldn't, if we know that
Yes.
what's going on, we should definitely team up. No, we just keep complaining about the
Yeah.
same problem, right?
They
Yes.
That
put
That's
the
shit is
stores there. They
weird.
put this there. But why are we still contributing to the so-called thing that we supposed to be enslaved to? Like it's like it's only excuses we can do until we start taking action or
yes.
stop contributing. Right. That's what. So at the end of the day, right? I'm gonna stop playing because I think I heard a couple people already so far was feeling like we still slaves though. My thing is that's why I mentioned about the people that's in the home shelters. They don't have to work. They don't have to do none of that. Nobody's forcing them because they getting fed by the government. You know what I'm saying? So the government is sitting them while they sitting on their back and boo booing on themselves. They getting fed. Nobody's forcing them to do anything. So and like I said, even the homeless people, they still have more options than the people that was actual slaves. They can choose to whatever clothes they want. They nobody forcing them to work at all. You know what I'm saying? If we look at the definition, right, we can't make up a definition of how we feel. I hear people say we got a mental slave. We got this. So slave is slave. Slavery is slavery. That's just it is what it is. It's people that's literally that slaves probably out in this world somewhere, not in America, but in this world somewhere
Diamonds,
that has
diamonds,
no choice. They gotta listen straight up to master.
diamonds.
We
Why you
we
said
just
master so aggressively like that?
huh?
Why you said master so aggressively like that? That's got to be. Why?
We
A lot of people
Because they were aggressive. That's why.
don't know that
Can
though.
I
And
put a hey? Can I put
the
a point
thing
on that real quick?
Diamonds is
is
serious. I'm
the
sorry.
simple fact is,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
I'm not even melanated. I'm a white
I'm
tea.
sorry.
You can call me whatever you want, even though
Huh?
I don't
I'm
consider
sorry.
myself that.
I'm
But
sorry.
I will
I'm
tell
sorry.
you now, not all white tea people
Mute me, bro. I
or
ain't came
other
in all the way in yet.
nationalities that are non-melanated do not separate themselves from you guys. They would actually stand. They educate themselves and they learn and they want to unite with you guys and they stand with you guys.
Oh no, I'm not.
Unfortunately, I'm one of those individuals. The downfall is I am disabled. I've had 3 strokes this year, and I am having. I am. If you want to talk about enslaved, I'm enslaved because everything that I've been trying to do to get my benefits and everything else because I can't work at this time, and I want to work. It's just there's things that prohibits me from doing that because of me being disabled because of my stroke and being paralyzed, partially
okay.
paralyzed. I
I
can't
like how
even
you
get
said that. Then,
benefits.
so do you think a real slave would you switch places with a person that's an actual slave? Then, since you said that you want to work or all this stuff, would you switch spots with an actual slave?
I would.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it like either way is gonna be no different. Some people are just kept
This
somewhere on
people
the.
saying that though. You got the option to go out there and find somebody to be a slave to if you saying that. Uh,
But
now we get
that's
to a point we
every.
get disingenuous. Now I hate using that word though,
Yeah.
but that junk crazy. Y'all know
Where
darn well y'all not about to be an actual slave. That's what
look,
I'm
Can I
saying.
no, hold
Okay.
on, wait. I don't think you
can I make a point
understanding
to
the
Rage real
concept.
quick?
The
So okay,
government,
I got 2 points for you
the
real
whole
quick, Rage.
government that owns everything, that controls people and tell people no, they can't do this, no, they can't do that.
What do you want to do?
That's
I
still
keep hearing people
slavery.
saying that too. What we
Because
supposed to be doing? What
okay,
is the
so
goal? And what's stopping you?
Let me. Can I jump in on
what?
this, Rage? I want to talk to Rage about his 2 points that he made. So if
Wait,
you're
who's speaking
saying
right now?
That's
Derek,
he gonna yeah, his box messed up. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I was about to say, wait, huh?
I'm a ghost.
Right.
Nah.
That no, you're a
So okay.
shadow.
So here's 2 things. You're responsible for your own success, and the second one is if you know or you think the system's working against you and you know how come you have not surpassed it yet? How come you have not brought yourself out of that and made yourself successful?
Because one person can't do it alone.
I've seen.
Mm.
Well, you can't say that. There's been plenty of people that's had systems work against them, and they've came out on top.
In what
It just
situation?
like really any situation. I guess it just depends on how much
It
Name me.
just
work, how much
Okay,
depends.
school you
so
put in. I
if
can't name like
So you saying
individual
our
people because
family
I
is
don't know
enslaving us? That you said somebody needed to help us, right? Because they
no,
don't
I'm
want to work
not
with one
saying
another.
we have. The thing is, we don't understand. We have family all over the place. Like we don't know. Yes, we may be one family, but we don't know how many have cousins and have brothers that we have all around the world. We don't know that because we don't get out. We don't travel. We can't. We
And
don't do
who
that.
fault? Who is that? Who fault is that?
It's not ours. I mean,
That's so crazy.
it's not because it's certain amount of things you can do, and the government gonna always tell you no. Just like you
Rage,
So
can't
Rage,
fly without, you can't travel
can, can I
without,
can
and
can I help you out, Rage? Can I help you out a little bit?
go
I'm gonna
ahead.
do something with the panel right here, right? So I take it that from just a little bit I listened to my brother Laugh and a couple other y'all say that we're free, right? Y'all believe that we're free people, right? So you made a great point earlier, Laugh, when you spoke about homeless people.
hmm
Nobody's forcing them to do anything, and they're still here surviving, right?
hmm
So in a sense, even though they're relying on other people to feed them and different things like that, which is ultimately how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be taking care of each other in
hmm
that sense. But if you were free, we wouldn't have the mindset that we have to work every day to provide for our families for us like for monetary things. We would think that we need to pay for water and food and shelter because all these things are provided freely to free people. So the problem is that this construct, this government that's in place now, which is Ray's referring to, has programmed us through indoctrination to believe that we need to uh, pay for things that's rightfully ours, that's actually free. You know, that was a time where we didn't pay for water, we didn't pay for shelter, we didn't pay for all these things. So the enslavement is the fact that we believe that we're in a society where we have to do these things to survive. That's the part of it. It's mental. See, they paint a narrative, want us to believe that slavery means, hey, you're not in shackles, you're not in chains, but in essence, we're in the worst form of slavery it is, and that's mental. Because anytime someone can control you by threatening to take away things from you that you can provide for yourself for free, then you are enslaved.
Thank you for helping me make that point.
So okay. So what area in this world that is not happening, that we not gonna be working under somebody where we can just get things given to us without us doing any type of work? Where is that at?
Outside of this ice wall that we living in,
And where is that at?
I ain't going that deep, Rage. To be honest with you,
I'm sorry,
we,
but
we,
I
we
had to
just
put
we
it out
just
there.
yeah, I got you. But honestly, all we have to do is just release ourselves from feeling like we're obligated to do these things. I mean, we can grow our own foods.
Right.
Um, we can clean our own water. We can take care of ourselves. We don't need a government or a system that's put in place for that. It's just
Right.
we have to retrain ourselves from thinking that we need to capitalize off each other to survive and
hmm
and instead start doing as we supposed to be doing on this earth, and that's doing what's best for all of us to thrive and to survive.
Right.
Yep, I was me and a couple of other people who think the same way that we think, whether we have a disagreement on anything or not. We want to um come to this app and speak about that, and then what I'm saying, raise money so that we can go buy land and we can make our own neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like we're
But
actually
how we gonna
supposed
do that if we feel like we still slaves then?
we can make money, and then we can go out and buy a bunch of land. we
Yeah,
can we
but
can hire
if you
our
feel
own
like somebody
company.
holding you back, you're not gonna do it. That's the thing. That's the whole point of me making this topic though. That's what I be mean about it. So I do feel like what Kylie's saying about that's why I said it's a mentality. That's what it real. If we want to talk about slavery, right? We are slaves to our own mind. That's what we are slaves to. Because we can make some stuff happen, but we fight one another too much to even make it happen. You know what I'm saying? We
And
we we go against our own selves to make anything happen. And that's what I'm saying. You can break your own chain. Back then, we couldn't break those, you know what I'm saying? Unless we had to really fight and find some way. But even them, they still were trying to find a way to escape when they were slaves. That's the difference. But what we doing is we got way more luxury than they have, and still crying about and we still got a way better lifestyle. And just like she gave us that answer earlier, right? When Misty said that she would trade lives with an actual slave, which I would never probably believe that, because ain't nobody trying to sit here and do something that they don't want to do. And that's I don't know. I can't believe that one right
I
there
mean,
though.
she's just gonna be.
Who
They
gonna
just gonna
switch
But
use
spots with
her
an
to
actual slave?
cause
That's crazy.
beef. That's
yeah,
basically.
I mean, to be honest,
They just
honest with
gonna
you, lad,
cause beef her.
Yeah, she's jamming
it's
on
the
that
same
one.
thing. What she no,
And
I mean, to be honest with you, I got to look deeper into deeper into the statement that she made. Right? She said that she's going through a lot of things now physically that's keeping her from being able to be active and working and doing things that she want to do herself. So y'all got to put all that in context of what she mean. And the reality is, she understands that we're slaves now, even though they're not beating us with chains or whatever. They're locking us up and all different type of things when we get out of line or free ourselves. But the reality is, I agree with you, Laugh, when you said we got to understand that it's a mental enslavement. So it's
yeah,
a choice from the very beginning. It's been about us choosing to put ourselves in these positions, and spiritually, that's what it's
you
designed.
Hey, real
know,
quick,
Like,
I just want to thank the host and everything. I got to drop down. I got to go or walk into work right now. So, I'll catch you guys later. I'd
have a
like to
good
join a
day.
little late. You guys take it easy. Talk to you later.
All right, for sure, for
yeah,
sure, for sure.
uh, yeah, we got to change our mindset
Bobby, go ahead.
sets,
I
really,
can't hear
man.
you.
Just
Go ahead.
collectively to understand. We got to our mindset so we can really understand what slavery is. I mean, slavery is not about people getting um
Bobby, drop and come back up
yeah,
because your box is messing up.
Golly, you're breaking up like a mug, boy.
Hold on. No, that's Bobby's. Golly,
No,
go
that's
ahead.
Golly
I
talking. I
know
don't
the
think
different
Bobby
area.
even said anything yet.
He was trying to, but his box is messing up. That's why I was trying to tell him to drop and come back up.
Yeah, he got two birds.
Yeah, how much of y'all can get, man?
Now that's Golly.
That's what I'm saying. He got two birds. Yeah, Bobby, I couldn't hear him from the beginning. I think he was trying to say something. It just never went out. It never came back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. His box is acting up.
But
I mean, yeah,
uh,
it is a
the whole hmm,
they changed the physical meaning of slavery into the mindset meaning of slavery.
yeah, like I said, I see we do that though. We keep. That's like I had with that woman earlier, man. We can't change the real definition of slavery. Slavery, we can make it. That's how you feel. At the end of the day, that's how you feel. If that's how you feel, then and you feel like somebody holding you back, that's what you're gonna be and stuff. I don't even think actual slaves or the people that was going through these racism or whatever, they they still found some way to have some type of control in their life. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have this, and I think that's what's tearing a lot of us up is this victim mentality, and that's one thing we are slaves to, this victim mentality, because we didn't learn some things, and we living up and using it as a crutch of why we can't get nowhere in life when we and then we got lazier even with that. You know what I'm saying? So read the definition. I done read it twice today because two people put their feelings in it and said this is what slavery is. And when you look it up, it say a person you work for somebody. It say you are under. Let me see. Actually, I'm gonna do it one more time though. What actual slavery is, not us putting in our own definition of slavery. So say a person that's forced to work for, right? So somebody's you working for us, not working for yourself. I know people keep mixing that in too. Well, I gotta work to eat. No, say you're working for somebody else. So,
Yeah, people are scared to
and
go.
obey another, and consider to be their property.
I'm stirring
People
the
are
So,
scared to know the truth.
Face, what's up?
I'm stirring the pot.
Yes,
Stir it
please
all the
do.
way up. Make sure it all dissolves too. You know what I'm
Hello,
saying?
my
You need
beautiful
that
people.
type of
How are you guys today?
What's
good.
the
How are
deal?
you? You sound very
So
much
yeah,
intrigued.
I'm about to give you my point of view on what slavery is, and then I'm gonna drop because I ain't got time for none of these people with their unbalanced emotions at this moment. Okay?
Impulse.
Unbalanced.
Impulsive, right? There you go, Kev. Working in America is slavery? Yes, absolutely. But low key, if you really think about it, us as melanated individuals, we ask each other to remain in slavery every day. It's called relationships. We are demanding a man to put his life on the line for us, no matter what the consequence is, even if that means losing his life to protect us in some cases that we get ourselves into and depend on the black man to get us out of. That is called slavery. Number two is some of these uneducated individuals of brothers that is asking a woman to stay home and wait on their everyday needs. So why are we worrying about slavery in America and we require slavery within our relationships?
Oh my. It's that relationship feel like slavery? Oh my goodness.
So my sister,
So even with that then,
you pointed to my sister, you pointed
You're funny.
to the last what you said. You don't understand like that part of it is the part that embeds us in the slavery that we under. When you speak highly, you say you try to point to brothers and say uneducated.
No, because there's some
You
uneducated
made that
sisters out here.
statement uneducated. That education,
Godly, your service is
but that
nervous. I want to
education
hear what you're
is the
saying, but I can't
control
hear
one.
you. Did y'all hear that? I think his Wi-Fi was Wi-Fi.
That boy got the Wi-Fi. He got that free Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying? That true Wi-Fi. That's
But
not
again, guess
company.
what? That is just my point of view when it
yeah,
comes to slavery, because this is the
right.
argument that everyone keeps having on this app as of right now.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yes.
There is a lot of people having these conversations, and they be
Yep.
saying something
They
out
ain't
of
coming from
pocket.
my angle. They actually feel like a victim. That's the difference. I'm trying to get people, and the whole point of me doing this topic is to get people out this victim mentality, which I see a lot of us are still stuck in it. That's the reason why a lot of us ain't trying to move forward because we feel like we're slaves. I
Yeah.
can't do what I want to do in life.
But Steph,
No,
also
you
on
you
top
can
of
do what
that,
you want, but what the heck are you trying to do that you trying to? Because we can't do everything. I
but
mean, it's a
even if we
consequence for
reverse
every
that
action.
back over to business, guess what? We will still not get ahead as a people or a single person, because one thing, black folks don't support black folks.
You're right. You're right.
We
We
don't.
slaves to that.
We don't. But yet every time we turn around, we want to put, hey, you did this to our people, and this is the effect of what you did to our people. No,
Right.
no. That is just always my point of view on it. I'm not saying that slavery did not and does not exist, because clearly
Right.
it does in the world we live in today. But at the same time, we cannot continue to hold everybody else accountable if we are not willing to hold ourselves accountable.
Right.
Mm.
I'm just trying to. You know what I'm just tired of though, because it's like we got so many privileges from our actual slaves and stuff, and we still that junk is irritating, bro. We actually getting the choice to choose the type of lifestyle that we want to live, and then say we don't have choices though. Like you choosing who you want to sleep with, you choosing the type of school or education you want to have. Slaves did not have that option. You even choose your job. Slaves didn't have that either. They couldn't choose, no, you working here because I told you you're going to work here. You get to choose the people you want to connect with. You can choose, like, when it comes to choices, choices in slavery is two different things. Like, people don't really understand that. Like, and even if it's that bad, right, we have a choice to, if we want to move out, go somewhere else, but no matter what, we're going to have to work under something. until you own something, right? But you still got to work for yourself too. And that's one fact that's never gonna change in life. If you don't work, you're not gonna eat. Ain't nobody gonna give you no plate or garden gonna grow for you because you a person. It just don't work like that.
But Jabri, people couldn't choose their family or their upbringing, but guess what? Now you have the option to choose nowadays, and you still decide to subscribe to the nonsense of your family. You still subscribe to it. So it's like now that you have all these choices, like Kev said, that was opposite of slavery. Slavery is you gotta, right now in the world we live in right now, is you have the possibility to. It's your choice to get up and go to that job. It's your choice to deal with your mama. It's your choice to deal with your siblings. You have choices. Even when it comes down to our communities and the neighborhoods that everybody is sitting here preaching over and fighting over and saying nobody is here to protect the community, that's because all our ass choose to leave.
Right.
Where you from?
I'm sorry?
Where you from?
I am from Miami, Florida.
Hey, shout out to you.
Have you did any of your family research, any genealogy, any extensive research on your family history?
You want to know my honest opinion, Godly?
No, I mean, it's a question. It's not opinion. It's yeah, right. So, but this is what behooves me, like these conversations, and these conversations get to a point where it's kind of hard to get honesty and truth from it, because when you haven't engaged in a conversation like that, especially when we're talking about slavery and events that we're tying ourselves to, it's best for us to do our homework and understand what are we tying ourselves to. Is that my history, or is that a history that somebody else is just propaganda, just using this propaganda to put us in a mindset that we come from some inferior place? And I ask that because when I have these conversations, I'm always coming from a different direction because I've done that foundational work. I can't associate the idea of slavery that they want to popularize to us anymore, because I've done my family research. I've done research in my city, in my county that I'm from. And the thing that actual slavery for us is the things that we're fighting today. As I can go back through documentations and see what my people subscribe to, the positions that we're in today and the conditions that we're in today. We chose to try to be a part of a system that was designed to enslave us. My people did this under contract by putting their land up to indebt themselves to this slavery that we're in today. And when y'all say when y'all saying things like we have a choice, well, technically society, if you look what went on during 2019, 2020, they say you have a choice, but when you make certain choices, society kinds to tie you to a stake or whip you for making those choices. And that's what's going on today when you have homelessness and different things like that, because people feel and talk down on you because you don't want to be a part of society, or you can't be a part of this enslaved society. So it's a choice, but it's not a choice.
Oh, I have a.
But I ask people to have these conversations. I really do wish, especially melanated people, right? I wish that we would do our due diligence. I wish we would do our due diligence and research our own family history so we can tell our story and not glorify one that somebody's taught us. Because some of y'all, most of us will go back.
But the part you're missing is this. I hear what you're saying, and I applaud you, brother, for making that choice to research your family line and your bloodline. Right. But when I come to you, bro, I say this from the bottom of my heart. I don't give a damn. I don't care.
And I heard you the first time. But you got too much. You got too much. Right. But if you don't care about your family history, then you shouldn't be on platforms divulging emotions about something that you don't know if you're tied to or not. Because maybe you're doing this
that anybody is tied to, when number one, your main topic of conversation is using a whole bunch of large word definitions that half these motherfuckers don't understand you in the first place.
But the simple part of it is what I'm saying to you.
But I'm not saying you're wrong, Godly. That is me giving you that much respect to say I applaud you for doing it, It is just not for me. And when it comes to social platforms, it is based on opinions. Opinions are based on assholes. Everybody have one. So that is my opinion of where I stand. And guess what? I just choose not to dig further into a family history that has done me dirt from the beginning. My focus is my 4 little boys and making sure they make it for not going to the hood, making sure they make it out of the penitentiary system and never go, focusing on them not being a part of the gang affiliated system. That is my focus. So if you want to focus on your family line and want to see what consists of slavery to y'all, you do so. My focus is my boys and my children and standing 10 toes on business. That's my focus.
Right, but we all have those type of what you call it. My kids, I can have conversations. I can have conversations with my kids right now, and a lot of those things that you said that we don't need to worry about. I don't have to worry about them with my kids because they know their history and know foundationally who they are. So they don't. I don't have to keep them from tying themselves to a form of society or idea of themselves that society is painting them to think that they are. That's why I'm telling you, even though you saying you don't give a damn, if you say it,
in a lot of different ways, then you're saying
I'm not putting myself. Hold on, sister. I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. Nothing. I'm using myself and my journey as an example that we need to. Right, but when you come to a conversation yeah, I mean, but when you come into a conversation, well, hey, that's fine if that's what it is. If Jesus was on the pedestal and if he's telling you how to carry yourself and how you should walk and the way you look, and he's using himself as an example, that putting a person on the pedestal, then I'm sorry for you. That's just the mindset that we've came to as a people. I'm not putting myself on anything.
How much is that you're using that is producing you almost
because you came to the conversations and you said that you don't give a damn about your history, but you're talking about historical. But you're talking about a historical topic, and that's what I'm saying. That mindset is destructive to our community as a whole. That's what we can't get past.
I mean,
because everybody has. How can you have an opinion about something?
Hold on.
How can you have an opinion about something if you don't go in and do the due diligence to be able to get enough to educate yourself enough about a certain topic to be able to have an opinion?
Godly, I don't know if you know me. I've never met you before, but hello, brother. I'm still once again, I am going to say, I applaud you. That was your choice to do such. That's your choice. I'm never going to take that away. But I'm
not going to come into any conversation and formulate an opinion when I don't educate myself enough to give a valid one. And what we do, this social media platform and stuff like that, yeah, if you're going in and joking and bull jiving around about certain topics, yeah. But when this thing that can change and help us produce a better function in life, and we're having topics that's as important as this, then you should educate yourself at least enough about your own history or your own relationship to this topic to speak.
Oh boy.
So even with this, right? You saying that because I understand what Faye's saying though, because it's like we spend our whole life looking at history and ain't doing nothing to live our current present life.
Have you did your family history?
No, I didn't. I got enough information.
So how can y'all come together and say you spent your whole life looking at history when you haven't even did the basics of it by researching your own history?
They told us that. We take up let me ask this then. How far you got to go back into looking at history before you start living your current life?
Say that again, lad. They taught us that. Hold on, Rage, because I want to have this dialogue with the host, with my brother.
No,
the statement you just made, the statement that he glossed over, Rage, hold on. The statement that you glossed over was, they taught us that, right? That's what you said, right?
That what?
You said they taught us that.
Taught us? You said taught us? Oh, you talking about the school? We had history in school. We all kind of
but that's
basically on the same trip with it. But yeah,
and that's what I'm trying to get y'all to get to the core to understanding. They taught us a false idea of history, a false idea of ourselves. So when you come to conversations, you're talking about and you're uplifting a false understanding of history. And for us, it's destructive because when you dismissive of your own history on the guys that you know it because somebody else is telling you something about your history, then that's disingenuous.
So how you know which one is true then?
Because lab, you go in and you do the research on your own history. So you
But
can stand on
research can
your
be tampered
history
with. I
and
be
you know
telling
that to
people
be
this,
true.
man. Like, who said whose is more true than any other?
That research is still based off of written by man. So who
That's
says
what I'm
it's
saying. Anything
factual?
can get tampered in. I don't try to. My
So
thing is with
again,
anything, even with the Bible, right? We want to talk about the Bible, right? I don't stand 10 toes on anything because anything can be rewritten wrong because everything, or it can be just like the that telephone game. You could tell one message, and by the time the message get back to you after the 20th person, it's not gonna come back the same. All of us can make it can be some type of tampered or corruption in the midst of it. I can't stand 10 toes on anything. You know what I'm saying? I can only take out, and that's why I asked you. That's why I was asking you early. Like, how far in history that you got to start living your current life? Because it's like we can do all the research in the world, but what you gonna go to the grave with the situation because you just learned about your past and not
Lamb,
living anything? I think we supposed to learn from our
You
past.
talking to somebody, right? You talking to somebody that's very doing. That's what that does this, bro.
But
You
that
talking
wasn't
to
your
me as if I want.
story.
Hold on, Rage. I'm gonna answer y'all one at a time. You talking to me as if I'm somebody that's on these platforms that came to these things as just researching history just so I can get on these platforms to talk. I instill what I've learned historically to ensure that I have a better life and provide a better life and understanding for myself and my children, which is all we're supposed to be doing for history. So what you're saying is foundationally true. But ignoring your history, you cannot formulate a positive or correct direction in life when you don't know where you're starting from. That's my point.
You know
My
your
point
own
is,
history. That's what I'm saying. You
right,
make your
exactly.
mistakes.
But we're in a conversation where you guys are generalizing history that's been taught to you by people who haven't taught you the correct history. So we on the platform glorifying slavery, at the slavery that they taught us on TV and different things like that happen, and we're not talking about what our people actually went through. That's
But
my
who's
problem
glorifying
with the
slavery?
conversation.
Who's glorifying slavery?
You're glorifying the story of slavery. I just
Who?
explained to you guys that you can
So
go through
me
your
trying to
own.
get us to
Hold
escape
on,
our victim mentality, you say I'm glorifying it. What?
Yo.
Again, y'all blowing
I'm not.
a word in there because that's a popular word to say. So let me explain what I mean by glorifying. What I mean is making that story be the most popular story amongst our community when it's not. We're not tied to that to that on a
That's why I
great
don't care
scale.
about
And if
none of
you
them
guys do your
stories. I
homework,
mean, I just feel
right?
what she talking about.
Lab, you. But that's what I'm trying to get you to see, brother. Let me slow it down. Let me slow it down like this, here, bro.
Lab, just disagree
What
with
I'm
me so
trying
we
to
can move on.
yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you and the sister up there, bro. First, to understand what you're telling us to push ourselves into, you got to understand what slavery truly is. When you're not living freely and you're talking about working and providing things for yourself or paying people to give you things to feel like you live in the quality of life that you should be living, you're saying that from people who only understand this construct that they've created for us. True freedom is not none of this stuff that we're talking about on these platforms. Freedom is to be able to work for yourself, grow your own food, provide for your own self and your people and your family freely without having to be taxed or pushed in a society where it's not normal for you to do those things. That's what I'm saying to
Where's
you.
that at on this earth we can do that?
Slavery is what it's. That's what I'm trying to get to you to see, lad. First, you got to understand where we were. We were already living and doing those things prior to accepting or choosing to be a part of this system in place. So you guys are on the platforms telling us that, hey, we need to find a way to succeed in this system when this system is designed for that failure to separate you from your freedom. So no aspect of our living or existence in it is free. You got people out here making billions of dollars, millions of dollars, and they still can't do everything they want to do. They have to still stay in line to be able to live comfortably, or they find ways to take their freedom or take all that away from them.
Golly, I think I got to listen to you at another state of point because I feel like, one, I gave you your kudos. I made your statement valid. And I said to you, that was your choice. I think your statement is compartmentalized with a whole bunch of different things. And I'm not really getting your point. I'm not saying it doesn't mean that what you're saying is not valid. I'm just saying I'm not understanding it. Me personally. Now, I stand on what I said because it is what this platform is meant for, an opinion. I gave you my opinion. Now, taking it further into family history and research, great if you did that. I just choose not to. I haven't seen a lot of great things that my family has been through, succeeded at, gained, or any of it. I haven't. And one thing I have to applaud to my parents is they've always pushed me to create my own history and don't worry about the past. That's my
Right.
goal. That's where I focus on. So can I go and do proper research and see where my dad and my mom and my roots and everything came from? I can, bro. But right now, I'm so focused on a goal and focused on handling right now and today.
Or
I ain't
make
got
a
time to
better
get back
history.
into nothing else that ain't gonna feed me. It's not gonna provide for my children. It's not gonna take care of me. It's not gonna do
Right.
any of that.
Right. I mean,
But
right now, we're still trying to blow over the point that's being made, sister. You
I
just
didn't blow over
highlighted.
your
You just
point. I said
hold
your
on,
point is
sister.
compartmentalized with a whole bunch of other
You just
things.
highlighted the problem that I have. You said that you haven't seen anything in your family history that makes you feel good or an accomplishment, achievements that you can be proud of. But then on the other hand, you say you haven't did real extensive family history. So you don't know what accomplishments your family had or had
Godly,
done prior to as far as you went to.
Godly, I
My
think you
point
woke
is
up and you
my
chose gang violence today. So I'm gonna let you be great because no matter
no
what I say
I
or
appreciate
no
it. I
matter what
appreciate it.
Kev
But my
say,
thing
I
is
think
you're
you're
saying the
gonna
same
find a
thing.
word and you want to be argumentative about it because you did your research and you want to apply that to
No, that's
everyone
what I'm
else,
not
and
being
that is
argumentative
how you
about.
want to argue. That's your
What
standpoint, and
No,
I'm
that's
okay
not
with
it.
that, bro.
Since I'm
So
gonna be honest with you, I'm just tired of listening to my people give the same just arguments about stuff when they don't educate themselves enough about topics, and then
but
they
who
come
gave you
on
them
and
books
it's
to read
popularized
though?
for a person to say, but it's I'm not asking about no books to read. I mean,
But
I'm
Godly,
telling you
guess
to go
guess
in
what
and
you
do your
just
own
did?
family.
I mean, I
Guess
can
what you
talk to
just
my
did,
family
Godly?
as long as I want. You know what I'm saying? They can
I
tell
want
me
you to
about stuff in the past and stuff, but what is that doing for my life right now? If I want to be,
Right.
because
You
I
don't
wouldn't
know.
want nobody talking about me all their life. If I'm paving the way for the next situation,
Hey
they don't
man,
have to keep
I'm
talking about me
I'm
and
gonna
look
tell you.
me up and
I'm gonna
see how much I done did and how many girls I done slept with and all this stuff. Like, what is the point? Like, how far back in history that I got to start living my current life? That's why I asked you that personally, because it's like, I don't get, like, we saying that we got to educate ourselves, but what more we need to know about our past so we can start making a better future? Because I feel like I'm doing a good job
you
now
need to know
compared to what
everything
happened
about.
then, because I'm learning so
Yeah.
much of what's
Yeah.
happening now,
Yeah, you don't know what
so I don't
happened
make these
then.
mistakes.
You
That's
don't
why I
know
say
what
you can
happened
learn
then.
from your own history, your
So
own
so
personal history,
so if
and then teach it to somebody
right.
else.
So if I'm telling you, Lav, that you come into a conversation and you're trying to bring solutions to something that you don't even know what the issue was.
what?
The things that you just said, yeah, we can weather whatever, man. I let him flow to get it out there and get his point, and I know y'all gonna refuse to hear the point. The point is the things that you think resolving issues for you is the very thing that's keeping us enslaved in the first place. Because y'all don't understand what freedom is. Y'all believe that this form of what they tell you freedom is what it is, and it's not. The
So what
reality
is it
is
then?
that we should.
Oh
The
my God,
reality
house
is we
phone.
shouldn't be engaging in conversation and dismissing true history and speaking of a history that don't even
Nobody
relate to us.
dismiss it.
Because
We applaud you
as
for
I said
doing it.
from the start, sister,
But
our
God, this is
enslavement.
my problem with
Hold on,
no,
sis,
no, no.
I'm
Because the moment
trying
that
to get
we
it.
get
That's why you can't
ahead,
understand
and
nothing.
I'm not going to, because the moment that we get ahead
Right.
and we educate ourselves on something, then you, as you're
That's
doing
not
right
gonna
now,
educate.
Godly.
How
But
you gonna
you're not.
educate yourself
How
and
can
you
you
educating
really
yourself in the
listen to
system?
what anybody is saying if you refuse to hear a point? I wish your Wi-Fi would Wi-Fi right now.
I
I
mean,
honestly
you
do.
just cut me off,
I
sister, while I
wish
was
your
making a
Wi-Fi
point.
were Wi-Fi, because how many times do we have to say, Godly, we got it. Godly, we understand. And the moment of these
No,
type of
what it is,
conversations,
you
guess
don't
what?
have it, sis. Because
I may
if
not
you had it,
always
you would
agree with
understand the importance of
everything
teaching
that
your
you.
children their history so they know who they truly are. If you really had it, you would understand the importance
Oh
of
my
teaching
God.
your children the true history and not going off a popularized one that get them in the education
And
system.
what's the
You
true
would teach
history?
your
What's the
children
true
that.
history, Godly? You don't even know.
I just
You don't know
explained what
where
it
we
is for
came
me.
You should be able to
from.
sum that up. Like, just simply just tell. Like, I
So
don't get. It's not a secret or anything. Just say
I've
what the
said
true history is.
okay. Well, I'll sum it up again for the 15th, 20th time in this conversation. This creation, this society, this way we're living and functioning every day is the true slavery. It started by our people and ingratiating themselves within this system, and we've been stuck in it ever since. And if you did your homework, you would understand that it didn't start with us coming off slave ships and being enslaved, and then now that we're free, we've been enslaved ever since we gravitated to this. All they did is told stories to hide the truth so we can better feel ourselves in this. We're going into these medical fields to become doctors who's controlling medications. We're not healing ourselves. Matter of fact, we're sicker than we ever was, and we're more educated than we've ever been. We're feeding our children poisons and different things every day. We're celebrating holidays that's damaging to our spirituality and supporting the things that happen to us in real time that would really happen to us historically. That's the problem. You content. You cool with the fact that we're misled, misguided, as long as it's the norm, and it's not. That's why it's important for you to do your own historical work, so you know where you're tied to and what has put you in the position you're in, so you can do better. I can make $1 million if I want to. You know what I'm saying? I can thrive in all these avenues. I'm well knowledgeable in all this type of things if I wanted to. But you
So
know
you
what
just
I
said
rather
you
do?
can now, so it don't sound like you a slave anymore.
No, you know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's the enslavement. I've removed myself from that mindset. I'd rather teach my kids what this world is, teach them how to be better people, more productive people, how to rely on their skill sets, what they can do, reconnect themselves to this land, to this earth, and to the people around them. Teach them how to hunt, how to fish, and how to farm. I teach them to be able to sustain their own life. So when these generations out here who's so full of indoctrination, who's screaming about an education, is the biggest tool of enslavement ever created, is gone, my kids and the future generations will be able to survive and strive and understand that they're greater under their own devices than these ones that they keeping us up under. That's what I want you to know. What the greatest move they did was snatch the children from our ancestors and put them in education systems and control where they are. So when they grow up, they believe these things are God, that these things right here are important when they're not.
Okay. I think he's done. Kev, I love your face. I gotta go back to my platform.
Right.
We gonna let that be great. Because that's his opinion, and we gonna let him be great. I don't, yeah, we're not doing that. Anyways, that was my opinion. That's where I stand on. I heard what he said. Like I said before, you learn things off of this platform. You make your point. If it's valid in any way, it will do what it's meant to do. And that's put a nugget in somebody else's mind to say, maybe I should do it. Maybe I should think about that. So Godly, I would say to you, brother, it's not the fact that you talk about it. You just got to watch how sometimes your point, I understand your heart. You meant to actually educate and push people to do it, but it almost comes across as if you're belittling. I don't think that's your intent, but I think that's how it's coming across. So I'm still going to give you grace on that to say you make sense in your own area. It's not something that I do. Maybe one day I might, but maybe I might not. Probably not. But you at least put the nugget out there. That is the point of these type of conversations, to get people to think. That is not why you host this panel, Kev.
Right.
So who takes it, takes it. Who don't. I'm not going to put anybody else down because they choose not to do a research of their family history. Like I said, my family, it's not on that. I haven't seen it. I haven't experienced it. So I don't focus on it. They did what they did. They got their consequences. That's not my focus. My focus is my children and moving them along to make sure they're great. And I agree with you, user. I wish we can finally unite. Agree to disagree. That's it.
The only thing that I want to add, maybe to what maybe Godly has kind of touched on, is I can see to a point where he's coming from, only in the simple fact of you have so many DNA testings that you can do. And I look at it in a deeper concept because you can get medical history from further back in your family to help you in life as far as medical conditions, of knowing what runs in your family, as well as being able to protect your children whenever you decide to have children. You know what is going to be taking place or what could possibly come up. Unfortunately, for me, for 30 something years, my grandparents always said to me that we were this, to 37 years later to come to find out that everything that they told me was a complete lie. And that was disheartening because I felt like at that point I had no identity to who I was, because I was always told one thing my whole entire life until my grandparents passed away. And then my dad and my uncles and my aunt, all of them decided, oh, let's do our ancestor test and this, that, and the other, get all of this done, to come to find out that everything that they said, all the stories that I was told growing up, was not even, and that was very disheartening. The only good thing about it is, at least now I have at least some type of record of our medical issues all the way back in time on my family, and I'm thankful for that.
Right. And
So
then you go to the grave with that out
you
there.
see how important. Yeah, y'all see how important that is. She actually finally understood what her medical history was. That gave her a better
Right.
understanding of the things that she going through. So those things that she gained from actually knowing her history, not a generalized one, but her history, can prepare
Right.
her to be able to deal with what she's going through further. See, what was just trying to say to everybody on here is that we have these conversations and we have so much emotions and stuff attached to what happened, or strong opinions about how we should feel about things that we think that happened, and we don't do the work that's necessary to form those opinions. If I haven't studied or understand what it means to be a mechanic, but they popularized an idea of what a mechanic is, and I'm talking in a room full of people who may be inspiring to be mechanics, and I'm arguing back and forth points that's been popularized, but a true mechanic knows it's not true. Then that mechanic's gonna feel some type of way in that room because he knows that those things are coming from a popular understanding and not a truthful one.
Hmm.
We get emotionally tied
So you was a
because we
slave
feel
before
like our
then?
ancestors. Was that
So according to that I guess that example you use, so you was a slave before then? Since the topic is about slavery, right? You saying that you can't
okay?
teach
So
about it
so so
unless you've
we can
been
spin it back there.
experienced it?
Yeah. Yeah. What I'm saying is done your research, your thorough research on your own history to understand which direction or where you're coming from, to understand what you're speaking about. What I've done is went through my family history searching for slaves and didn't find a slave. But I have found the same elements that's going on today when they began and when my family began to be in this form of slavery. The one that we're glorifying and saying that's a better form of enslavement than the one that they magnified that all most of us aren't even tied to. That's why I feel away, laugh, because this enslavement that we're glorifying, that you're telling people that, hey, I wouldn't trade a place for those slaves that they talked about on TV for this one for anybody. And the reality is, most of us, this is the form of slavery. Just because we've gained some more success today or some idea of success today in it, doesn't mean that it's not slavery. And y'all missing it.
And and Kev, I don't know. Let me try to give you a better understanding. When I
Believe
was
me, I understood both of y'all a long time ago. I'm just letting y'all speak y'all thoughts
no,
and y'all
no,
feels.
I'm just
It's like I
saying.
said, it take observation. I'm very observant, and I didn't have to look at no history to be observant of what's going on in this world now. That's just me.
Oh
Everybody
no,
got their own routes. We don't have to do everybody's route to figure out things
Oh
that's
yeah.
going on in this world. It ain't no
I'm
one way to
just saying.
everything.
Right. And I am just saying the fact that, you said, a couple of y'all said that when you asked me if I would trade places with a slave, and I said yes, you said you didn't believe that. And honestly, let me tell you something. One thing I'm not is a liar. Never have been, never will be. I will tell you a hundred toes down, and in your face, even if it hurts your feelings. But I say that because of the simple fact that it would get me out of the situation that I'm in now.
What make you think that?
That
You told me you had what you say you had some medical issues. All right, right. So if you
I had
traded
three
spots with a
strokes.
person that was an actual slave with your medical issues, you would be even worse. But yourself, you got to force to work. So that don't make sense at all to me.
But you don't know that because you don't know my living situation.
What I was okay. You can be a slave
That's
now if you wanted to. Then, if that's the case, you literally go find somebody, work on them, and just because you saying that you want to be an actual slave, I guess, compared to the lifestyle you have now. So I don't know what's stopping you from working with somebody for free, getting fed scraps, getting all the stuff that's the slaves have been going through. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can find you a country you can be a slave in, or you can just simply just go to jail. That's another form of slavery.
She already
So
in
what's stopping
slavery
you from
in the
doing that
same
then? Since you said
context.
you want to trade spots.
I'm already a slave because I'm fighting and I have to fight for everything that I'm trying to get.
Right.
I am
Enslaved in the
already
very
a slave. I'm
in the
fighting
very
for
way he explained it, we're enslaved in that right now and don't know to look at it. We're being fed slop, poisons, and all type of stuff. And they call it food because you can work out here, make a few dollars, and go out here and buy it yourself. It was the same thing as
Then
slavery
get out
was
of
then.
America then if
They
that's
work
the
for
case
scrap.
then. What the heck? We have
This my
choice.
this I mean this what choice you have?
Go
If you don't
go
go to work
somewhere. Since
tomorrow,
it's so bad, get your
if
passport
you
and
don't
go somewhere else.
hold on, you got a choice, right? If you don't go to work tomorrow, then what would happen with your life? What happened with your house, your rent, or whatever you have going on? What happened, right?
I'm just,
The,
I guess when
you'll
the
lose
days come, I have
everything,
to
right?
find some way to get. I can
You'll
rob
lose
somebody if I
everything,
want
right?
to.
You'll lose
What the
everything,
heck?
right? Because I love the
I got a
conversation.
choice
I
to
love
rob
when we
somebody.
make the right, right, right.
so
So
if
I love when we have these conversations and we make those little points out there and as if they like
I got choice though.
they
That's the
mean
difference.
something. Right? What
No
choice you
matter how you
got?
look at it, I have choice.
What choice you
okay,
got?
if
I got a
you
choice
Stop
to
working.
rob
If
somebody.
you stop working today, what would
I got a
happen?
choice to go to jail and they can feed me. I ain't got to do anything. You know what I'm saying? I
so
ain't got
why
to
would you
work
want
for
to go to
nobody in
jail?
jail. You know what I'm saying? They got a luxury more than slaves.
That's not what I'm saying. What you know what I'm saying? If you had a choice, then you can remove yourself from doing all that and still survive just like you want to today. You still be able to feed and provide for yourself and house yourself and everything in a free world. You're not in a free one.
Okay.
You enslaved to
I'll
this
put it this
system to
way.
be able to have these things, bro.
I feel you. Okay. I feel you on that though. Okay. So at the end of the day, this is what I'm gonna do then. If you feel like you a slave, you can feel like you a slave. If
I
I
don't
feel
feel
like
like I'm a slave.
I'm free and I
I'm
can do what
free.
I want, I'm gonna feel that way. Like I said, I'm not gonna
Right.
be a slave to my mentality. That's
Yeah,
one
that's what you're
thing.
supposed to do. I want
You know
I
what I'm
want
saying?
to put
So,
your
and that's what
mindset
I'm
into
trying to teach
slavery.
other people because I don't get what's the ultimate goal of what we trying to do and to feel like we can't do what we want. I don't get it. Some people want to be powerful, and that's okay. This is what I want to answer this then, right? I wanted to see how y'all gonna answer this one. That's why I put that bonus there. So, what would be the difference if today's slavery was reversed?
Oh, you want me to answer it first?
Anybody?
Because you know I can't wait to answer it.
Hmm.
What would be difference if today's slavery was reversed?
Uh,
What would be different is exactly what they said when they first came here. That we would have no sickness, no poverty, no struggles, no wars, no deceit. They would call us the closest thing they seen to the creator himself. The closest people to the creator's people himself. That's what they said when they first met us in history, when they first encountered us. That's what we would be without this form of slavery if it was gone. We wouldn't need to capitalize. We wouldn't have to on each other. We wouldn't have to rob, steal, or do anything else because our existence on this earth would be a better existence for everybody.
so you say okay? Hold on, my bad. So you feel like if we switch spots, right? Whoever you I guess whoever's slaving us, right? And we switch spots, and I guess they was our slaves, I guess, or whatever. We force people to work and find some ways to survive and get them choices of where they want to work at, and whatever. Because I don't know. You saying that life is all of a sudden we just gonna have a mentality of let's help one another or something like that. That's what you saying?
If you did your work, then you know that's a mindset we had before they indoctrinated us with the mindsets we have today. If you
Mm.
did your historical work that I'm pushing out here and telling y'all need to do, so you will have a real full understanding of yourself and the direction we are in today and where we need to be, then you would know that that's our existence. We were put on this earth to be beneficial to each other, not to capitalize off each other, not to struggle, not to watch you starve or go through things and act like it doesn't matter to me, because to see you struggle and to see you hurt means that it's a detrimental to me as well. So we didn't allow that.
They
And it's
doing it
written, it's
now, though.
documented. It's documented. Yeah, and there's some people
Their
who
own
freed
family
themselves. There's
doing
people
it.
that's living off grid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's people living off grid that have freed themselves. You know what I'm saying? There is. So I'm not saying that everybody's in that mindset or whatever. Me, myself,
Right.
if you really truly do my lifestyle, I flow and move and do the things I want to, you know what I'm saying, as I feel. I've untied myself to all those worldly things. So I'm a living example of what I say on these platforms each and every day. And it's not to glorify myself. It's just to be an example, which I pray to the creators and my ancestors each and every day to provide me to be a stronger and a better beacon of light for those who really want to free themselves, because it's up to each one of us individually to find ourselves and find our way out of it and remove ourselves from these shackles, these veils and things that been put over our head. Whether you know the titles of them, education and religion and all these things are designed to put us in shackles. Hey, baby.
That's wild. So if I was to answer that question, I guess I wouldn't see I don't think it's no different, man. I really believe the entire war we having, it ain't got nothing to do with skin color, ain't got nothing to do with, all this stuff we try to say the big man. The big man could be any color you want to be or any type of person. I believe, and I don't get why we be acting like all of us is innocent, all of us, we used to be the smartest of them all and all that stuff. Okay, right. All humans is humans at the end of the day. It's gonna be that one person that's gonna get rich, be greedy, and he don't have no specific color, right? As long as he got that, he got that mentality. Like we have cousins and we have aunties that's like that. We got people that's just naturally just like that. So I don't think even if we was to switch spots or the roles were reversed, it would be the exact same way. Probably a different color, but it'd be the exact same way. I don't get why we think because somebody grew up with a different color or a different whatever, all of a sudden we just gonna be, because of our color, we're gonna be so righteous or something like that. No, all of us got some type of evenness in us. Ain't nobody better than another. It's just we humans. That's just human nature. Like we had to get taught. We had to be taught to do right. We had to be taught, like even hatred just got taught, love got taught. Everything we know has been taught to us. So even if the roles were reversed, I can't see no difference because people is people at the end of the day.
No, I said, I said, we need different in here with you saying that top word.
Right? Oh yeah, I shouldn't have. Right? I said that. You pop up in a minute. Who taught you? Who taught you? But sometimes it take observation. I don't. Me myself. I look at. I look at observation. That's what taught me. I didn't have to look at. I take out, like I said, I take out my parts out the history, right? But at the end of the day, I had to live my regular life because it's like, I think the whole point of history is to basically, you learn what you can get out of it, learn from all the mistakes they made, and try to make a better present. You know what I'm saying? So that you don't relive history, which is a problem we doing nowadays. We reliving the same thing because even back then, our ancestors, they was not perfect. They had mistakes they had to do. They was going through probably whatever, but we not supposed to be living history. We supposed to make
Man,
our own history. We supposed to. Man, I don't know.
how
I
can
just
you
can't waste my
understand?
whole life on that because
How can you? Right. But how can you understand that and you make those strong statements, but you don't push the fact that you should
because I don't have
understand
no
that history.
kids,
So
right?
you
I
don't
don't
make.
have no kids. I
Hold
don't
on, man.
have.
I get that. I get
I
that.
look at other people's
But you
mistakes,
just
which is history, right?
right, which on the surface. No, that's
Right.
not history. That's what's going on today. That's what's going on
That's not
today.
history. What?
So
Yesterday is history. If I'm messed
yesterday
up and
is
cuss
present,
somebody
man.
out, then I learn from my history, so I don't cuss somebody out the next day.
You don't.
That's history. What is it?
That's
That's
learning
not
from. That's
real.
learning from. That's personal experience, man. But when we talk about history, man, you got to know
Okay.
what the source is. Why people think the way they are. Why they're in these positions. Why they do what they do. If you don't do that, then you're gonna continue to repeat the same thing. And that's what I told you. Like you just said, you're supposed to understand history, so we don't repeat the same things over and over. But you keep
Yes.
telling people that we need to
People
do the
don't
same
understand their
things
own
over and
history.
over. Right. We're saying the same thing. The problem is that you won't push to do history. That's it. You can't get there without doing
Yes.
history. What happened yesterday is not your history.
So
What
you
happened
okay?
yesterday is not your history.
So you saying without this book, right, or whatever you got your research from, right?
What
Without that,
book?
you wouldn't be able to live a regular life, or you wouldn't be able to make it in life then,
I
because
told you
they
from the jump,
allowed you,
bro.
or whoever that
Hold
gave you
on,
the
lad,
information allowed you to see that information.
lad. What I said to you, brother, and I'll say it to you again, man. We have the ability to do what we're supposed to do naturally. You just displayed the answer. You said we was taught all
Right.
these negative things, all these things. We've been taught that, and you talking about us continue to allow ourselves to be taught that these things are correct instead of us going back to the source and find out when these things were different. That's the point that I just want to say to you, bro. You can't change history unless you understood what happened. And you keep doing the surface stuff. That's the problem with our community today. We got too many great minds that's stuck and thinking that what's going on today is the source and the solutions. And it's not. You have to go back to the core. Find out what happened. That's why I told you from the jump. When you said we need to change, learn from history and change. I just explained to you that the very thing that you're talking about we need to do that you think is freedom is what enslaved us. And you saying that we need to continue on and think that there's some form of freedom. You're saying that because you hadn't went further enough back in history to understand what the problem is.
Okay. I'm gonna ask that again. Then, how far in history till we supposed to know we supposed to what we got to escape? How far we got to keep doing this research until we live our regular life?
Go
How that?
go back
What is
until
that?
you can find out in your family when it happened. What started
Okay,
you
and when I
with your
find that out,
family
then what
and
else
this.
can I do after that? Keep
And when
going
you
back
do
some more.
laugh, you're very you're very intelligent, bro. Don't try to skip over it. Once you go back and you find out what happened, then you can make those changes in your life and remove yourself from the things that keeping it happening. But I appreciate it, man, because like I said, we can refuse to try to dilute the information, but the reality is you don't know what happened to you until you go back and find out what happened, and you can't resolve issues or correct mistakes that's been made in the past until you know what those mistakes were. And you can't do that
I
when they teach you to believe that you already know, and you don't.
I face my own mistakes. What you mean? I don't get it. Like I'm not living their life.
You are
I'm
living a
correcting
life.
my own
You
mistakes.
living the
That's the
life
whole
that
point.
you live. It is right. You're living the life that they agreed to take parts in, and you're doing it over and over. And the problem is they got us in this false illusion that we can get better at it. That is something that we can do within this enslavement to release ourselves from it, and it will never happen. It will never happen. All we're doing is getting more and more comfortable in these systems, even though we're being unalived at an alarming rate. Disease, famine, division amongst our own people, and different things like that. Even looking at ourselves as lesser than what we are, thinking of that we wouldn't
Yeah, I didn't even have to read a book for that one either. Right, you right about
Yeah,
that.
right, right,
That's called
right. All
observation. That's
these
all I'm
things,
saying.
right?
But
You
yeah,
but you're only observing what's going on now. You
yeah,
can't
exactly.
understand
And
what
it's
you're
no
seeing
different. Ain't
until you
nothing new
understand.
under the sun. I know you. I know you know that's true, right? I hope, but they're not. I
Man, you
don't know.
said nothing new under the sun. All this is new to us, man. Everything that we up under dealing with right now is new to us.
Oh, okay.
and every time we get so far off into this, until we get so can captivated by this, till we start to continue with this self-destruction, and this is self-destructive mindset that we're under, then something happened to destroy most of the life on this earth. And if you read all these ancient texts, it tells you that we suffer these things until we return into our ways. And if you can't understand that portion of your existence, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. These are not our ways. And you saying
Okay.
just because they
Okay.
tell you you're free, you're
I feel
free.
you though. So this is what I'm gonna do. This I want to know your ultimate goal, right? Do you want me to teach people that we are slaves, or teach them that we need to escape, or tell them? I'm trying to get that mentality you want everybody to have, though.
Okay.
The ultimate
Okay.
goal,
So
then,
so so I
because
so
I'm
I
getting
give you that
confused. It's
then.
like you saying that we
Yeah.
should escape, and then you saying that we. I don't know. So what is the ultimate thing, then?
So the ultimate thing, the reason why I said it's important to understand when it started is for us to free ourselves mentally, spiritually, and physically from these shackles that's been put on us. So ultimately, I want us to reconnect to the things that benefit us in life, not the things that benefit the systems that we're in, the things that keep us productive, healthy, and together, and thriving in a peaceful mindset and a peaceful state. We've been taught all these destructive things, and these things have become a part of us. So my ultimate goal is for us to find out who we truly are, so we can remove these things from our lives and stop feeling that these things are necessary. They started with a man by the name of William Henry Pratt. I want you to read his assessment, what he said, and you understand why all these things are nuances, all these things are destructive to us. That's why you see, we ingratiated ourselves more and more, and all these things that's curated. We're heavy in the medical field. We're heavy in all these industries they put out there. So that's it. I mean, I just want us to find our way back to each other and remove these things that have divided us out. That's it.
Ev, I just want to say that you typically always enjoy coming into your lives. You're young, you're wise, you're very intelligent, and I know of all things, you are trying to do great things and bring people together and have understanding. I appreciate that. You do a wonderful job. I'm going to applaud you. I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you your jewels to put in your crown. And
Appreciate it.
I definitely don't want you to have any opposite feelings or anything like that,
Oh
when
no.
it comes to what I say or anything like that. I send you much love. Um, it was good to be up here. It was good to talk different. Really didn't get to really talk with anybody else. Godly. Thank you. For trying to clear up some of what I was saying and everything. I do appreciate that. But keep doing what you're doing. With the different topics. You're growing. I see you growing, and all of that.
I
My mind
appreciate
may
you.
not always be on point, but if you
I mean,
ever,
you on point in your lifestyle. You know you. So at the end of the day, we all. That's the thing. We all got our own mentality. We think different ways, and I do believe it is a power in diversity. All of us are meant to think different ways and stuff. That's why I never make it seem like anybody's way of thinking is better, or make my seem like my stuff is better than you because you don't know this or something like. I just don't want to do that because at the end of the day, if we want to talk about a true truth, we really don't know, especially when humans can tamper with any last thing in this world. Like we only know what we know and what we experience. That's all we know. And whatever somebody told us,
right,
okay, this is like right now, right? They got fools that be like, oh, it's because they got the word natural on it. Just because they got natural on it, that don't mean it's natural. You know what I'm saying? Just because a book said this is the truth, that don't mean it's the truth. So we got to be open and that's why I chose to be like kind of open minded because like it's deception out here. It's whatever.
right,
So that's why I can only try to believe in what I can to better my current life. I can't do like too much. And like I said, overall, it's just we're gonna all think different. We're gonna live up to whatever lifestyles we got or whatever. And none of us is better than one another. That's one thing. We just not. We all trying to make it and find some type of truth or some type of solution in life. That's what we all trying to do. We just got different angles to it. That's all it is. Until we hit that grave. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make as much of an impact I can before I hit that grave. Because who knows? At the end of the day, I could be teaching false things. All of us can. I'm open to that.
most
I'm not
definitely,
standing 10 toes on anything. That's my thing. That's how I chose to be open minded. I just can't.
right. And and that's kind of something like me and my nephew, have spoken about because he knows that I'm real big into sports or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, well, have you ever met this person?" Because of things that I did in my earlier years of my life with working and this, that, and the other. He is people idolize famous people, and like I told him, baby, you should never ever idolize anybody because
Hmm.
they're famous. Because at the end of the day, they get up, they do their morning routine just like you do.
Hmm.
They put their clothes on the same way you do. The only thing is they have more money than you at the moment,
Hmm.
but they're no better than you. So I try to instill this into my nephew's head because of other people in his head telling him other things that are idolizing people. And I don't want him to have that misconception of, oh, let me idolize this person, because people go over the deep end doing that. But I do want to give you your props like I did, and everybody anybody that I can help, anybody that I can have a discussion with or whatever, I'm open to that because I love everybody. I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. I feel you too. I love everybody. Even the people that
Right.
don't, you know what I'm saying? Even if I feel like they done did me wrong or something, I love everybody. That's what and it took a lot of healing to feel that way because I realized all of us do have our own mentality. We grew up in different ways and got taught different things. That's why, so that's why I got grace for everybody too. That's just how it is, man. So yeah, I feel you on that. I literally do have a love for everybody, even if they don't love me. That's just what it is.
Right. And that's where we align there, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's even in the disagreement, it never changed my opinion of you being a great guy, man, a good dude. You know what I'm saying? That's what, like I said, that you got a great heart and everything. And in life, it's gonna always be some difference in opinions or understanding or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
I just honestly like that topic that you have on there. Like it's something that pushed hard to be to my core. Something that I've been trying to correct in my community since I started this. So that's why what I mean. I speak on it so strongly. But it's not to
Mm-hmm.
divide people out. It's just because I don't just look at personally. I don't just look at um, the issues and the symptoms. I want to know what's the illness, what caused it, and a lot of this stuff that I speak on is because I got an understanding of that. And it's hard for people to connect to it and think that I'm looking and saying it the same way because I never honestly believe that I'm above anybody. I believe that we all are one. I just do emphasize the fact that when I want us all to be able to gain as much knowledge as we can to deal with things because ultimately we all want the same goal. Like the mindset that Lav speaks about is the same mindset that I want to see us in. I want us to have more self belief, more belief in ourselves, and understand that we have the
Right.
power and control over what direction our lives go and how productive it is. So ultimately it's the same. I can always align with people whose heart minds there, despite the differences. You know, I still, like I say, you say you don't stand 10 toes down on things, but I stand 10 toes down on the fact that we all should know our individual history. We all our ancestors, in my opinion. I'll say that to make it feel good in the room, but we all our ancestors that due diligence to go out and really understand like the truth of who they are and where they come from and what happened because that's who we are. We got to understand that this life that we live in, it started somewhere and it's an extension from a life that's before us. So that's why I say it's important for us to understand that because this you're living today is not just about you.
Right.
It's about that line that's been existing since you started. So don't take me to feel like I'm trying to push it or tear anybody down about something because we all family here. You know what I'm saying? We all have a connection. I just don't like to in any form glorify the things that I believe that the ones that's against us totally have popularized for us. You know. Yeah. And that's what I say, because I love this brother. I love everybody on the panel. I don't even step in rooms no more unless I have a love for the people that's in there. Even if it causes a ruckus or dissension. If I'm in that room, that's because I genuinely love and care about the people that I'm talking to. And you know what I mean? It
Right.
ain't got nothing to do with a skin complexion or a different idea in itself. I really truly want what's best for us all. And
Right.
I want us to focus on the things that can better us. But yeah, bro, you're a good brother. I ain't want to take you live and make people feel like it was combative because I get a lot of battles. I get a lot of battles all over, man. You my brother, man. You know what I'm saying, from day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. It's just all the open minds and stuff. That's all it is. I feel you. And like I said, there ain't no way. And it's good. It's gonna be like that. I mean, we shouldn't be just rocking with each other because, oh man, you think like me and I need you to think like me and all that stuff. It's gonna be different. And I do, like I said, I'm not gonna say that. I can't say that your route is gonna be less than my route or something. I think that everybody need all these routes. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's a route that's gonna make us move forward, that's all I really care about. If it ain't setting us back, that's the only route I really care about. So I think my overall thing is just like you said, you focus on like trying to get people to learn more about themselves, which is a good tactic, right? I'm trying to get people like to kind of, for the people that's in the middle ground that really don't know or that's trying to find what's best to I guess I'm trying to think of the word, but basically increasing their current living style or whatever, and then basically just be aware. Be aware of what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? That's just all my situation is, and grow and basically motivate them, because I do want I feel like I'm a motivator. I have motivated many of people, you know. But like I said, everybody can get motivated in different ways. I don't believe there's only one way to anything, and I realize that though. So that's why I said I can only we can only just respect each other's differences. 'Cause I just don't think, I don't think it's always no one way to anything. That's just what it is. And yeah. And as long as like, well, nobody got to be disrespectful and call people names and all that stuff. And I talk about emotional control and all that stuff. So that'll be the whole like, no, we need to get, that's some stuff we got to get together for sure. But on just in general, that's why I talk about that so much. Put the ego to the side, control your emotions, take this entitlement mentality out the way. Cause that John, that's even that entitlement making us spoiled and all this other stuff, man. God, we gotta toughen up. And then the other one is accountability, and then we gotta be only accountable for our situation. That's how we actually. That's the first thing to even make us help us grow. Is we have to be accountable for our choices we make. As long as we have choices, we gonna be we gotta be accountable so we can make better choices and realize what choices we make. That sounds weird. I'm trying to sound like I tied so many things, but basically, we got to realize the choices we make it so we don't make them choices again. If it set us back, you know what I'm saying. But if it's progressing us, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's progressing you and it ain't affecting type of way, keep going at it. But yeah,
Well, you just don't know how profound that is. You saying you just don't know how profound those words it is, man. So when you say you got to go back and correct those mistakes, man, and that's why when I started at the top, I hated that it went that way, because I wasn't trying to go there with the sister on there. I was just really trying to spark and see if she was one that would open her mind up to go in and see. Because when you say these choices, man, when I say it's profound, when a lot of people who really do it, and those, I'm just talking to the people who really want to go in there and look at their work, right?
right,
Do your work. And when he say making those choices, you understand why I put emphasis on that. In the majority of the cases for us here, you know what I'm saying, it was some bad choices made down the way that started us on
right,
the path that we on.
yep,
And I just want people to look deep into that, so we can really start to correct the wrongs that's done. And a lot of people don't know, doing that might open the doors for you to be able to gain the foundational things that you need within your family to help you be more successful and productive today. I mean, you can find land and or inheritance and all different type of things that could be sitting there waiting on you and your family. You know what I mean? Or that was wrongly taken from them. That's why I say it's important to do it. You know what I'm saying? For me, I just feel like it's important to do it, because you never know what questions you might not have that'll be answered. I started
yep,
my journey looking for an African in my family, teaching my kids about Roots. We sat home, bro. We sat home and watched the movie, the series Roots. I bought the 3-part DVD series, sat down with my kids, watched it. Teaching them about the history of us coming from Africa. And my kids asked one question that sparked me to do it, because I don't believe in lying to my kids, about their history and different things like that. And my well, I think it was my daughter asked me, told me that they want to see some of those Africans in our family, right? They want to see African in our family. So I would relentlessly trying to find an African relative, right? Because that was something I was like, that's something I really wanted to do. And it took me down a rabbit hole, bro, that I'm still going down today. I mean, it just uncovered a whole lot. And and it kind of gave me a distaste for a whole lot that I was taught in them school systems about who we are. So brothers and sisters, I'm gonna drop after this. I don't want y'all to think that my energy towards these topics be about y'all. It don't. You know what I'm saying? My plight is what I feel like has been wrong for us spiritually. So the energy that I put in it is more against the information that I'm talking against than the people that's speaking that information. But laugh, hey, I love you, man. I'm gonna take take my daughter to get her hair done, and I've been working all day, so I'll get a chance to maybe grab some dinner or something like that. But it's been real.
Oh yeah, man. All love here, man. Appreciate you for even coming up, man. Like I said, it's people that hear you. It's people, they hear on both ends, so they know, they got options out here, to basically progress in life. And I think everything need to be heard. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. And you stay doing you, man. Stay being the realest person you is, man. Stay sticking to doing what you feel best in your heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm behind you 100%.
This is Mirror Check. Just want to say thank you. Appreciated your information. I was just sitting there listening. I wasn't ready to chime in yet. I'm still trying to recover from the live we had this morning. So I'm not serious enough yet for the information that you brought. But Kev, I sent you something basically kind of chiming into what he was talking about and basically talking about how they've conditioned us.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I learned it.
But
it was
just a lot. Let's just put it like this: it was a lot to bite into.
Here you go with the king way.
Yeah. All these lives I get a chance to like vibe with y'all and laugh. No, man, I really like enjoying life, man. Everything don't be so serious. It's just sometimes it just me it'll be like the air got to come out the room, like when it be certain stuff that flow. But for his life, man, I love kicking it.
We'd have had you hurting. It was hurt. We was in pain. We was in pain when we got up. We was hurting. It was bad. Yeah. But it was fun. It was. But like I said, I really enjoy his lives too. And that, usually they so serious, and that was the first time but at the time we kind of needed that moment, and it was just like it just overtook us, and plus it probably was late because like for me it was, I think for me here I didn't get off till like 3 a.m.
Hey man, and you know what? That's good. That's why I was telling him that. That's why I like the fact that it's hard, and he truly is a genuine person. Ain't nobody just pretending to be one. For TikTok and different things like that. Like Laugh is a real dude. So no matter what those topics is, bro, like you know what I'm saying, it'll resonate with you because you're really talking and dealing with genuinely good people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And whether it's serious or you're laughing or whatever, like it's all good, and it's always good to be in good company, man.
Yeah.
And it's what's the lady name that left, man? Because I wanted to say this to her before I go, right?
Face or
Face.
Miss.
Yeah, face.
Okay. Yeah.
She's saying she was talking about she had young kids that she was right? I'm gonna tell you like something that even me just now discovering. I had my mom, she came on a live, right? Because I get in these conversations and a lot of, you won't believe some of the stuff people say to discount the information I put out, right? So I let my mom talk. She happened to call in while I was on the live, so I put on speaker and let her talk in the live. And she broke down and was speaking about, the history, you know what I'm saying, that was passed down to her brother. She was speaking about my grandmother's mother. And then she mentioned my grandfather, who I was an arm baby when he passed away, my mom's father, right? So I never saw him. And I've never seen a picture of him without his hat on, right? Mm-hmm. And then my mom was like, yeah, my dad, he used to wear a mohawk. And then I just stopped and froze because I wear a mohawk, right? And two of my sons wear mohawks. And it's like wasn't nothing that I seen nobody else wearing or nothing like that. It was just one day I was just like, man, you know what? I'm just gonna do a mohawk. You know what I mean? And I've been with it for years, but my boys too. So that kind of like touched me because that gave me like a connection that I didn't know I had with him, right? Because I never knew he wore a mohawk. You know what I'm saying? And she said that, but those little jewels, little things like that, like you just know those things go a long way. So that's a story I share with my kids as well. They soaked it up because I'm like, man, I didn't even know like where it come from. I just was like, man, I wear my hair down like this anyway. I'm gonna just try the mohawk. You know what I'm saying? I just did it, and it stuck with me for years now. And then to find out that my grandfather and some of his brothers wore mohawks, man, that was like, wow. You know what I mean? And show how tied to our ancestors we are. And if you look deeper, like I was great at all. I was good at all sports. You know what I'm saying? Coming from, they was calling me Bo Jackson coming up, right? And I used to brag about how good I was in sports. People would bigging me up, and I'd be smiling, laughing, and talking with some of my cousins, right? And then one day I went out and visited, and I'm looking in their room. They got all type of trophies from different sports events and different things that they did too. And then they was talking about, oh, your uncle used to do this and do that, right? So I started to see like we're still doing the same things that our ancestors did. You know what I'm saying? That what they was good at, I was good. And then I got younger cousins now that's growing up that's good in all type of sports. And I'm like, man, that's wild. Like we're so connected from our past that whether we are prompt to or not, we still continue and do those things that we've always done. Yeah, but I'm a drop,
I
man.
think that
Maybe
was kind of what I was meaning earlier about ain't nothing new. That's what I was meaning about in that way when I say ain't nothing new under the
Yeah.
sun. 'Cause just like you just
And
said right there.
one more thing. You know about Stephen Darby Ministries?
Mm, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, he's one of the ones he's kind of passed on now with a little assistance. But look him up, Stephen Darby.
Hmm. But yeah, I think Bobby, you up there? Let's see if we can hear you now. I know your voice wasn't working earlier. Bobby G Bobby. He done fell asleep, man. It's a wrap. I got me a new one. I caught one. Coach, like nah. It was the teeth that did it. So like nah. Where did I put this? But yeah, yeah, I'm coming from a whole different. I'm not overall. Out of that, I do want people to know that yes, I'm fully aware of that. It's a lot of things that went in our past and all that. But it's just,
You hear me?
there you go,
Anyone hear me?
there you go. We hear you.
Hey, hey. Oh, okay. So, let me understand the definition. Is this when we said definition here of slavery? I was talking about like capital, like no, not capital, capitalism. I was talking about like going to work every day.
Hmm. I mean, I guess this is how people view it. It's up to you how you feel. I guess what would be your definition? Because I realize everybody got their own definition of slavery.
All right, I guess I don't know. I saw that you guys were like talking about a lot of like race related stuff. But I need to do some a couple things. I
Oh
don't know
my!
what the
You
relationship
got
is.
you a mic or something? In that junk sound crazy. Now it sound muffled.
Sorry, hanging out. I have a fire alarm that I gotta fix.
I was just gonna say something. I was gonna say my boy Ray's got his mic up mute, but no, he's muted. So
Can you hear me now?
we got another one.
A little bit.
All right, now.
There you go. There you go. Keep it like that. Whatever you doing right there, do that.
Sorry. Yes. Um. Well, I guess th- I don't know what the last person was talking about. I know it's talking about history, so I don't know if you're talking
Yeah.
about history in terms of like racial history and how, if the black community is still slaves. I don't know if that's the conversation that you guys were having.
Mm. Well, I guess he was. Yeah, he was just saying about the form, another form of that he. Well, I guess he was saying he feel like that
I
we
guess
in a different type of form of slavery. I guess from back
what
then.
the
It sounded like you saying we're more a slave to the system.
yeah
Yeah.
system. Um. And I guess I don't know what definition of how we define slavery in this argument, but one thing I've always felt I think it could be close is I don't, it depends. It's just in today, like I guess in today, a lot of people feel like they're just, especially like the younger generation, are feeling like they just don't want to, work that 9 to 5 every day, and they want a lot rather they want like their life to be more fulfilled, and a lot of it is due to like inflation and the current economy, the prices going up.
Mhm.
Um, but I guess there is a somewhat of a lot to be said of um I don't know, like this is an interesting one. I don't know. There's a lot to be said of being like financially free, and giving that, which also gives you that mental freedom as well to do whatever you want. But I
Mhm.
don't know if that's the conversation. That's the conversation you guys are having here. Of it, this is more of like, it's the black
It's
community.
basically off your point of view. It ain't really off everybody else. Everybody got their own reasons of how, if
I
you
see.
feel like you slave or if you are a slave, you know what I'm saying? So it just be based off how you feel.
Well, I
That's
guess
all.
as far as like a definition of slavery, of course, everyone here should be free and able to do what they want. No one's being forced into doing anything, obviously. Um, and to me, I guess for me, the closest thing to slavery now is like the fact that I don't know. That's a huge step. I don't not use I don't like that word slavery because it's so extreme.
Mm.
Um, but is the fact that especially in this current economy, no one seems to be fully financially free to do what they truly want to do, and they just see themselves working something for the rest of their life. That I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I mean, if you're, I mean, some people are living paycheck to paycheck, but at least they got a house over the, like a house, a roof, maybe food. But it looks like a lot of people are trying to seek out like that financial freedom that also give them that mental freedom. Um, so I guess I don't know if that's we could equate that to slavery, obviously, but that's the closest thing I could think of when it comes to these arguments. I don't know what y'all think. Oh, I know it's a little different from the conversation you guys were having about the black community.
Mm. Yeah. Well, oh, it will be okay. Hmm.
Well, like I guess what was your topic? What was your reasoning when you wrote the what's it called,
The
the
topic.
prompt? Yeah,
Um. Reason why I ask these questions, I'm just trying to see where everybody's head is at. That's all it is.
yeah.
Um. So I do want to see because a lot of people do feel like they're trapped. A lot of people feel like they should be doing more than they supposed to be doing and stuff or whatever. I think I want to say the overall thing from what I noticed or my observation is a lot of us are trapped in our own selves. It's the stuff that got just like which I know I really have to learn from other people, even though I didn't personally look it up, but I can believe it from what other people was telling me, which I heard a lot of. It's just the way they taught us on different things, and
It's a
basically
psychological
what
country.
I got of yeah, what I got of it is it's a mental slavery. That's what we got going through right now. So it's really us. You know what I'm saying? It's the way we limit ourselves, the way we can't work with one another. That's another thing. Because if you ever notice, and even, that's why I said America, and I didn't get to use this one. It's like people don't got that same mentality that's coming from across the sea. Because people are unaliving themselves to get over here. So it's something about America that it must be some type of freedom
Propaganda.
here because we got some people that's coming over here and making a whole living over
Propaganda.
here. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Yeah. So
Propaganda.
Yeah.
so I mean,
So
It's
that's
I
why I
a,
guess
said
a
we
hell
like
of a
slaves to our
drug.
own mentality because they like their family, they families, they coming over here, they owning businesses, they doing all type of stuff. At the end of the
But then
day, like we was to say somebody owning something, like it's always gonna be some taxes we gonna be paying, or it's gonna be something we gonna be working under, unless we find a island or something that ain't got nothing on there. But we still got to do the work for ourselves to even build that up, though. You know, it's gonna take a lot. You know, we got to plant this, build that, or whatever. But at the end of the day, whoever built that up is still gonna be owning that island because that's how you got to make your money work. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why that number, that
but
bonus,
see but
I
see
feel like ain't
but
nothing
see
gonna
you just
change.
exposed. You just exposed what. Remember the last time we had this conversation, and you just exposed what we came to that to the our end answer of what the trap was.
Hmm.
What is the trap?
Money, money.
So we are talking about financial freedom here.
I
Because
think
if you're
it's
Because
talking
at
like
about
a
the end
third
of the
world
day,
willpower too,
countries,
though.
because at the end of the day, it's like everybody's goal is to obtain as much money as they can for whatever purpose in your head that, or whatever purpose you have come up with, that's a solution to your problems. When at the end of the day, we see that that's a false lie, as we see people who have money who just find that they have more problems. So it's
Right.
just basically a cycle and a trap that we all are chasing, trying to
well,
get to the bigger part of the trap. Because then
yeah,
people get money, and now they're trapped with the money because now they're worried everybody's trying to get their money from them.
I think it's two different things for me. Like it for me for me to have true freedom, or what I define true freedom, is not just financial freedom, but is that mental freedom and time freedom. Um, I can have financial freedom, and by financial freedom, all that really means is that I just, of course, I'm not stressed about money, but I may not have the time freedom or mental freedom. You really need all three of it to work for you to be, I think, in my own definition, truly free.
The way I woke up to it is from working jobs. And as I'm working these jobs, certain jobs do feel like slavery. A plant job, I feel like a dog on a leash because you can't go no further than that line or that hose or let you go. You can't leave that line till somebody relieves you. That line doesn't stop. It has to keep moving, you know, and
Yeah,
and it's almost like certain people are programmed and they look at you stupid. Like, what's wrong with you? Why you don't want to work? You don't want to work. It's like, no, it's not that I don't want to work. This is stupid. Why do I want to sit here and
Mm.
keep putting the same part on the same machine all day, nonstop? I'm not a freaking robot. I'm a human being. This is
correct.
stupid.
Yeah, no, no,
Right.
that
And
What
I
is
like
wrong
how
with
you
you that you
said
keep
that.
doing this and you don't see nothing wrong with it? So that's why they want certain people in these jobs, because they realize that there's certain people in these jobs won't say nothing and they'll just work. So it is
Exactly.
a mental slavery. They
Man,
want to
I'm
get your
glad you
mind.
went back to that because I was about to get you on that too. It
Oh,
is
you know
because
I was
because at
coming
the end of
for
the
it.
day,
You know I
at
was
the end
coming.
of the day,
It's all in your mind,
it's in
subconscious.
the mind because you could always choose to go to another job. You can always choose to because that's why I don't even be trying to complain at jobs I
no.
go to because at the end of the day, I chose that job. Ain't nobody
Yeah,
forced me
Well,
there.
yeah.
Like
I
people
think
be want
the
to
core of
flip
the
burgers and stuff and complain about it. Well, you chose that job. You could have been
well,
throwing newspapers. Some people
But
can
it's
do
also
Grubhub. They can DoorDash. Ain't no boss forcing you to do that, but you can go make money in that way too.
I
So we
think the
but
have
core
it's
of the
also
choices. Unlike you know what I'm saying. So that's what I'll be meaning. It's our own minds that's making us
right.
feel like I have no choice. But if you get fired, I
But
bet
it
you got choices after that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also a struggle because you're constantly battling so many different variables and so many pieces to the puzzle. You're battling with people who have jobs that you could get in that you like. This would be a good job for me, and I can get in, and I can pay my bills, and I can take care of things.
Yep.
But then there's everything set up to keep you from getting into that job.
I get
And then and then
so
there's situation, or you get the job, and there's people working against you constantly to try to get you out of the job because they don't want you there.
you. Hmm.
You got so many different, and that's just the variables that I can think of on, there's so many different variables. Also, like stuff like, for me, it was maturity. I lost a lot of good jobs because I was immature. I'm 48 years old, and over my 48 years, I've worked over 30 something different types of jobs.
Yeah.
So I got a hell of a lot of experience. But then there's also so many other things happening. You get a good job, you get a job you good at. Like I was working at this mail place, and I actually enjoyed the job, and I was good at it, and everything's going good. But then I could see the writing on the wall as I've been through this storm before, as a bigger company came in and bought the company out. So it's time for me to quit because this company's about to
Mm.
be bought out, and now that company's now gone, and now there's a whole brand new company in there that doesn't even have anything to do with mail. And it's
Shit.
stuff like this that happens over and over and over and over again. So it's the people on the bottom who are always struggling, always scrapping, always, and it's like it drives you crazy to where you do feel like a slave. Where I got my house, but it's hard to hang on to my house. I'm always building on somebody else's house, and I come home and I don't have enough money or time to build on mine.
correct. So
I'm
I
in a
think that
position now where I can, but it took a lot of work. It took a lot of maturity.
Right.
Even now I deal with things where these people are trying to get me out of here. There's people trying to get me fired. I sit back and laugh at them. You gonna quit before I do because I'm gonna come in here every day and follow these rules to a T with a smile on my face.
Yep.
And one of
Yep.
them's already gone.
Until I'm able
Working
to
on
do
the
what
other
I
one.
want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody forced me to buy some Jordans. Ain't nobody forced me to get that sweet car. Ain't nobody forced me to do any of that stuff. With
And
that
then it's
money, I
like
could
being
have been
honest with
bought my own
yourself.
business.
And then it's being honest with yourself and looking at the trap you put yourself in. Because why are you
Right.
doing it? Why are
Right.
you buying that car? Is it that you really like that car? It was really the best car for you? It was really the best car money wise? It was going to get you to where you needed to go? It made you feel good? It got the speed and the power? Or did you buy it because everybody else was going to think you was the shit because you got it?
Right. Exactly. Just that mentality is going right back to the mentality
Keep
and
it 100 with
immaturity.
yourself. That's why my page is called Mirror Check. Because I have to constantly check myself in the mirror.
Right. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
I can tell you problems about you all day long, but it ain't gonna help me if I don't deal with me.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Yeah,
said that.
so true.
Yeah.
I
That's
can tell you about my ex-wife all day long, but what is that helping me?
yeah.
Right.
But
So
now if
I
I
guess
start talking about what I did wrong, okay, now we getting somewhere.
Now you know, right? It's something you can control.
so. I guess so. I
Man, I
guess
had
the
to have a
answer.
growing up, man. I had to grow up. I'm 48 years old, and like you just was telling people the other day, just because you turn 18 does not make you an adult. That's what this
Facts.
country
Yeah.
says it makes you an adult.
Please
You
say
just
Facts.
an
that
adult
again
by
for
the
the
age,
people in the cheap
but you
seats.
just
Please say
because
that
you
again for
turn
the people in the cheap
18 does
seats.
not make you an adult. You are still a child mentally until you grow up in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
I've met some old children, and I've met some young old people.
Right.
Yeah.
Can anyone hear?
Fact.
Can anyone hear me? Just want to make sure
Yeah,
I'm
we can
not.
hear
Go ahead.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah. Just making sure. No. No. So yeah, that I think that answers the question. Like we all still kind of feel like slaves to some degree until we.
I
I mean,
don't.
because
And I done seen some big giant teeth.
no, 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 no. It's not like I mean, I want. Well, I guess what I'm saying by slaves is let me put context. Is as you said, like no one is like slave like back in the days, but because of like maybe financial situations or psychological situations, we all slaves, and maybe the two could work in the hand. But
Mm,
again, the mental one is really is in the head.
right.
You could work on yourself to check the mental, and as far as the financial one, that one is a little bit more like demanding, but you can also like work on getting your financial situation better too. Um, and hence when you do that, you also get your time back, so you get your time freedom. So it's like that's that mental mind and the financial freedom that when you don't have it, even though you're not like a quote unquote like slave, like against forced against your will, you still feel like a slave because you need to like meet your bare minimum demand, the bare minimum.
Mm,
I mean,
And but that and it just depends on what your overall goal is with yourself and life to be to what you want to measure success, I guess, for yourself. But when you don't have those like that financial freedom, that mental freedom, that time freedom, you often do feel like a slave, like you're just waking
yeah,
up
and I'm
and
glad you just said
rinsing
that.
and
Right.
repeating.
Yeah, because if you feel like one, you're gonna be one. That's the ultimate thing, and I'm trying to get a lot of people to realize or not feel like one, so we can get somewhere in life. As long as you feel like something, just like beliefs, right? Whatever you believe in is what you're gonna become, or or that's the lifestyle you're gonna kind of revolve around or advance in. That's just how it is. So as long as we can change, and that's what I'm saying. If we want to talk about slavery at this time, right, especially in America, it's our mentality. It's really our mentality at the end of the day. That's just what it is. If we could
Oh yeah,
change that or stop feeling like we're limited and all this stuff, we can make things work. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty
yeah,
sure these celebrities or the people that don't put it, that's the thing, we give up too quick. We don't want to put in, we want to be lazy. I mean, so much stuff. The reason why we look at other people, we compare ourselves to them. Well, they got it easy and all this stuff or whatever, but everybody on this earth is not meant to get things easy. Like some people got to put in work more than others. That's just the way of life. Even if we want to talk about if it's our kind, this thing we say our kind and all that stuff, or whatever. Like even if it's your sister, your brother, whatever, like that. You just because they got it easy, that don't mean you're gonna get it easy. Or just because you got it easy, that don't mean they gonna get it. That's just life itself. Everybody's not meant to get it the same ways. But
Yeah,
I think when we
I
put it in
guess
the work, that's when we start being very appreciative. You know what I'm saying? When you get it easy, you're not gonna be that much appreciative because you're gonna feel like that's a common thing that you're supposed to get. Oh, that's supposed to be like that. But when you put in that
You
work and actually
overworking
get
money.
something out of it, you actually know how to get back to it, and you be more appreciative, and that's the best feeling ever. Like, dang, I really did this. You know what I'm saying? I did this.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess your points like
Yeah,
there's the mental
overearning money.
freedom. That's the mental freedom. That's that whole thing. The mental freedom is definitely the easiest to fix. You could not, at least
Oh,
if you
that's
could fix
you
one
say
thing.
easy? No, heck, you know
Well, I
No,
mean,
that
it's not
take a
the
lot of that. What
easiest,
his name
because you
say?
got to
but
Mirror
change
check
the
to
you got
fix
to
it.
that's
change your
that's
subconscious. You got
yeah
to change
the
the subconscious,
yeah
and changing the subconscious is hard because these are things that have become a part of who you are, and you don't
Yep.
even realize that they're moving you. You will do
Yes.
correct.
things certain times. You've done things sometimes. You sit back and question stuff like, why did I do that? That's that
Yep.
subconscious.
Yep.
Correct. I mean, let me not use the word easy, but it's the one that is more of a self reflection
Hey, do
kind
you
of
buy
journey.
groceries? Do you buy groceries?
Yes.
Okay, so I got a perfect example for you. You go into the grocery store to buy three things. Now, when you go in that grocery store to buy three things, unless you take a list with you, and even with a list, that don't guarantee that you're going to do what you planned on doing. You go in that grocery store to buy three things: milk, bread, and eggs. You either come out of there with milk, bread, and eggs and a bunch of other stuff that you didn't intend to get, or you go in there and buy everything but milk, bread, and eggs. And you telling me you meant to do that? That was intentional?
Hold on.
Um.
I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. Do I
All
got a
right.
mod in here? Well, whoever. Oh, hey, is Moni, you still in here, man? You see something? Hold it down for me for a little bit, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that. I guess for me, if I want to go, I'm the kind of person if I want to go buy milk, bread, and eggs, and that's what I want to do. I'm buying just that. Um. Just that. I guess if I do buy more or buy
Oh no,
something
but you're
different,
saying every now and then you go in there and you don't pick up something new that you saw on TV, or something new that you saw in a commercial, or something that just happens to catch your eye, or
me
just something that you
me
didn't intend on getting but you got it anyway.
me personally, I never fall into that trap. I'll say this, like my girlfriend does that. Where she'll go in, even though wanting just
Yeah,
two
once you
items.
come aware of it, it's harder to get caught
Yeah,
up in it. But if you're not
she
aware of it,
You
it's
got to
no.
use a
because I
better
mean,
example, like a manly
because like as a
example.
yeah, because like as a parent, that's one of the first things you tell your children. Don't ask for anything before you go in the store, because you know the store is set up to draw
Yeah,
your kids in to want everything in the doggone store.
yeah. Because my girlfriend does that. Like she said that she wanted to just go in and buy two boots for work. She came in with like three bags of stuff. Um, But for me personally, if I just want the one shoe or the one pant, I just go in and go get that. I've never felt the need to like buy more than what I sought out to get personally.
Yeah,
I guess I'm
yeah,
not
but
that
you get the
materialistic.
but you get the gist of what I'm saying though
Yeah.
about
So I do
right.
agree that the mental like because for me as far as like slave like the slave like I don't again I wish I was a better word for slavery, but to achieve like to achieve true freedom in my
And
personal
don't think of
definition.
see that's the thing too. We automatically think of slavery as the American slavery with people in chains getting beaten, whipped. There's all sorts of different types of slavery. There's so many different types of slavery. If you look up slavery, you'll see there's so many different versions of slavery. Um, Slavery where indentured servants. I can't think of all of them, but that's one of the bigger ones outside
There
of
was
the
different
slavery
levels to
that we're
slavery,
right.
like
So
peasants
so
and so on and
right.
so forth.
Yes, so
Okay.
there can be different types of slavery. Like this is so what we're talking about is more or less a mental slavery, where you're free, but you almost to some extent hold yourself as a slave. You hold yourself captive. There was a study that they did on with college students, and they had them where they had them to choose two groups. One group was to be the prison guards and run the prison, and the other group was to be the prisoners.
Oh,
And
I remember the
just
study.
right, and that right there can tell you just how people's mindsets was. It's
You
just
know
how
that
mentally
study
programmed they were. Huh?
that
I'm sorry.
study that study was meant to determine the how evil people can be.
But it
And may I
also
jump
showed
in
you
real
how people are
fast?
programmed. Yes, you may. And thank you, and nice to have you.
Nice to have. Thank you for having me up here.
I
I
mean,
was
it's
just on
Kevin's
a live
live,
this
but
morning. Thank y'all. I was on a live earlier this morning, where we were talking about similar things. Well, what I brought to the conversation was that if you want to get out of the mental slavery, the mental chains, you have to start with reading books because that's where it is. They got a saying where they say, how do you hide something from a jigger? You put it in the book. You
you
put
want me to
all the
be a white
secrets
tea
in the
person?
book.
You want me to be a white tea person?
Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the things, the questions. When as I was learning and growing up through schools, that my friends came and told me as I was learning and getting education and learning how to speak correctly, and not just talking stupid. And it's like, oh, what do you want? They have us so mentally constructed that we attack each other and try to hold each other down. The Willie
Yes, like
Lynch
crabs
is
in a
for real,
barrel.
right?
Yep. And that's
And
why I
so to
tell
the point that we
people,
think that being educated is not a part of who we are, when if we knew truly what history and really would take our time to study, we'd find out that education came started with us. But again, as we say, race is an illusion to begin with. There is only one race, and it's the human race. To say that we are different races, to say we're different
see,
species.
and then that's
Now,
where
what's my
I be
culture?
hearing
What's
people
my
saying that.
nationality? What's my heritage? What's
I
my
hear people say
background?
we're
Where am I from?
humans. But
Yes.
then this is where I sit here and I say you have to read the book called Meet Your Straw Man. That book would tell you the difference between a person and a human. Because we think a person and a human, that's the same thing. No, read that book. You'll
Well, that's
learn.
why it's called
That's
spelling. It
gonna go on.
spells spelling,
Yep,
and they
spells.
manipulate the
It's
words.
yep. That's why you got to break down, learn new words every day, and actually learn the meaning of it, and then learn the political meaning of it, because there's two different meanings. We think human and all these other things. Oh, it means us. No, it means two different things. There's one that's dictionary, and then there's one that's political. The one that, and it's just so much that as especially as black people or anybody that's a lower class, we need to learn. And that's what I say by reading. Just read.
And that's how they
And
keep us poor.
yeah,
That's how they keep us
because
down. That's how they
they're
keep
not
us
going to change,
separated, divided,
they're not
apart.
going to change the laws anytime soon, because they all benefit from it. So we all got to figure out what's the laws that they benefiting from.
I mean, truly make it make
Okay.
sense. You trying to tell me that the guy coming across the border is the problem, why I'm struggling, and not that you, and then you can send billions of dollars or overseas, and you can move money over here, and then all of you people who are representing me are millionaires. But how would you become a millionaire and you're representing me? And then you get to vote on your raise, and it's like I sit back and look at the stuff, and I'm like, how do we sit here and go for it, and then we fight each other over stupid stuff and don't sit back and see what the problem is. But
Right.
Yep. Because the real
it's
problem
you know
is
what cracks
the
me up? Hold on, let me say this real
I ain't gonna
quick, and I'll
say
let
nothing.
you go. I'm gonna let you go. It's just it was a part in my one of my favorite movies. It's a part in my I Think I Love My Wife. And the girl and him is sitting up in this office, and they're dropping dollars down and watching the people fight and wrestling at crazy to get the dollars. And I said that I just was like, wow, that's the microcosm of the big picture. That's how they do us. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
And
No,
watch your
that's a
teeth.
great example. That's a great example, because I was just gonna say, they the big everybody is beefing with each other, not realizing that our real issue is the Vatican. You think you own that home? Go read the fine print. All the way in the back, all the way in them small, small, small letters, you will see the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
You'll see it.
Don't
Everything
forget
goes back
about the
to them.
Vanderbilts and
Yep. And
the
Black
other one.
Rock
I can't think of the other one.
and
And
all them others, the people
you
that
can't wipe
we
your butt without
thinking.
paying them.
Exactly. And they got their hand. And what we got to learn as people, especially as poor, you can't just put your money into just one thing or two things. You got to put your money in multiple things. You got to put your money in water. You got to put your money in hospitals. You got to put your money in food. You got
You
to
gotta
put your
put your
money
money
in
into
agriculture.
yourself, into your
Yeah,
own.
especially yourself. But that's why I sit here and I say,
gotta
if
stop
us
being
as
scared of
people
your own.
get a lot, just get not just 1 acre, not too big,
Hey,
and you can start off with that and plant you some food, and you can feed your neighborhood with that. You're gonna grow a lot of food. You're literally gonna grow a lot of food. So
hey, Kev.
if you
Hold on,
sit
I'm
there and
sorry.
be like, oh no, you could go ahead.
Hey, Kev, I got a question. So, if we not, if we not, these aren't mental traps. When we say stuff like all men cheat, but then the rebuttal is, well, all women cheat. Well, all women don't cheat. You know, right there's a thought process. All, as a black person, to say all black people don't do good business, and it's like, well, how did you jump out the box? You black too.
Right.
That is something. That is something psychologically wrong with you, that you can say that about your brother, your sister, your mama, your cousin, everybody you know. That's black. There's black people out there, plenty of black people out there, you know, do good business. But you give the negative so much credit. That's a mental trap.
Fact.
That's something that you hold on to, and you exclude yourself from it. How?
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, give me a minute. I'm about to literally just reset real quick in about, give me about 20 seconds. It's probably less than that. I just want to
All right.
reset it real quick. I don't know if everybody follow me. If y'all, I think they follow me. It's only a couple people in here. We about to get this going.